I believe the Senator, the Honorable Dr. Michael Darville, had the floor. Senator Darville.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, prior to the lunch break, I was pointing out to members on the side opposite that with all of this defense to the image on the government side, on the government side. I'm sorry. Except I ate too much. Yeah, I ate too much. On the side opposite.
No, on the government.
On the government side. That's right. That's true. Right. That you couldn't even convince some of your own parliamentarians concerning these proposed amendments, and 14 of the 34 members of parliament chose not to vote, including 6 ministers. This is sad because the number one priority of any member of parliament, and that is to sit in the House of Assembly and debate legislation on behalf of your constituents. I know it could never happen under the leadership of Hubert Ingram, neither Perry Christie. It will never happen. And so it's a terrible reflection of this minister-led administration. Madam President, the insertion of sections 30B and C in the Principal Act is a problem for us on this side. Section 3, subsection 5 and 6 indicate that the BH-1B work visa is valid for a period of 3 years and may subject to the discretion of the Director of Immigration be renewed for a further 3 years. I have a problem with this because there's nothing in the bill that indicate that the work permit holder would be subjected to labor clearance on renewal. I'm hoping that the Minister of Labor, when he gets down to his feet, would clarify that for me, because it's nowhere in the bill. But no, you can do it when you stand to your feet. But one of my major concerns with the bill, as outlined by the independent senator on the government side, that the insertion of a new section 32A into the Principal Act would provide exemption of the requirements to apply for short-term work visas. How will we monitor this? And we believe that professionals listed in that section would ultimately be affected. Like the Commercial Enterprise Act, we on this side cannot support the proposed amendments to the Immigration Act and stand with the thousands of Bahamians who could potentially be affected if the government passed this bill in its current form. Madam President, many developed countries revisited their policies concerning the issuing of BH-1B and the BH-4S visas because they essentially undermine its original intent. Close examination of the working of these bills on the ground showed that the visa holder simply took advantage of opportunities that existed in that country and seemed to work outside of the parameters of the visa. How would we monitor that? How would the immigration officer or the immigration department get a hold of individuals who decide to do private work in their own homes that will assist Bahamians in the community? Madam President, there's much debate going on in the public domain concerning the recent Oxford Economic Report released by the Chamber of Commerce concerning WTO and the cost of labor in the Bahamas. The report indicated that Bahamians are overpaid and underqualified as compared to their counterparts in the region. These eye-opening findings prove that we must, again, focus on the key recommendations outlined in our National Development Plan that highlighted the urgency of the government to pursue resources and to focus heavily on training of our workforce. But the Oxford report, WTO report, Madam President, said little about the high cost of living in the country and how difficult it is for the small man to survive in the Bahamas after the recent 60% increase in value-added tax on consumables and services, which has resulted in the reduction in consumer spending and the retraction of our local economy. The fact is, what we can analyze from this side is that people are hurting and many are unable to provide for their families. Madam President, excluding Cuba, the Caribbean has a population of over 34 million. But unlike the Bahamas, most of these small island states are agricultural based and their dollar is weaker, their salaries are lower, and they do enjoy a lower cost of living index. We know that given the opportunity, many will choose to try seek employment in our country because of the strong Bahamian dollar. Like every country that has established the commercial enterprise zones, companies often leave their jurisdiction not because they love us, but simply to take advantage of every opportunity to acquire cheap labor and to improve their bottom line. So we know that with the passing of this legislation, these visas, some companies will express interest to operate in our commercial zones, and particularly Grand Bahama. But in doing so, they have an eye on trying to bring as much cheap labor as they possibly can to do the same jobs that some Bahamians can do. Madam President, while in government, we on this side will face with similar globalization challenges and the constant need to create new streams of revenue without increasing taxes. As a political organization, we fundamentally oppose the Free National Movement's agenda with this type of immigration reform. It is our belief that the Departments of Immigration and Labor must always focus on protecting Bahamian jobs and not ever be used as a revenue generation source. Madam President, while in office, we diligently fought to ensure that our policies incorporated this fundamental principle. I can remember as Minister for Grand Bahama, there were many opportunities to attract direct foreign investment into our country if we laxed our labor laws. We didn't think the policy fit our political agenda, and so as a matter of fact, we decided not to opt to modify our immigration laws. While leader of the government's business on our side, sat in the chair, he implemented key policy changes aimed to improve the department's productivity and efficiency. Under our watch, a full assessment of the needs at the Immigration Department was done, which proved that the department was understaffed, officers, some of them were underpaid, and many needed additional training. Their work conditions were unsatisfactory at certain ports of entry, and there was a great need to implement a modern digital platform which would modernize the department, particularly at our ports of entry. So under our watch, we started the recruitment exercise. A proper tender went out, and a reputable company won the bid for an $18 million contract to digitize the entire department by putting in place the necessary hardware and software requirements, as well as seeking the necessary training to improve the department productivity. I would like someone on the side, the government side, to please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the recruitment exercises initiated by us will stop, and the much needed changes at the Immigration Department fell short under the stop, review, and cancel policy. You're recruiting? You stopped it when we came in, so you're probably recruiting now. That's good to hear, because the assessment clearly indicated that the department was understaffed. The point I'm making, Madam President, is that the PLP don't believe in creating legislation to circumvent inefficiencies at any government agency. But like every country around the world, we believe that strengthening all government departments by executing strong disciplinary actions, reducing red tape, and giving civil servants the tools and training necessary to improve productivity, this would certainly improve the ease of doing business, not to circumvent existing legislation to deal with inefficiencies that presently exist at the department. By legislating to circumvent inefficiencies in the Department of Immigration, I believe that the government is opening new doors that can lead to corruption and subsequently allow undesirables in our country by default if the work permit is not addressed in 14 days. As the former minister of Grand Bahama, we could have capitalized on changing the immigration laws and allowing expats to come into our free trade zone to work and allow some Bahamians to benefit as a direct result. We felt that it would be best to focus heavily on training to ensure that our workforce meet the necessary requirement and get away from this old dead cliche that Bahamians are not qualified and they're untrainable. You hear it in some areas and you have to pass it by. Madam President, we refuse to buy into this nonsense that Bahamians are lazy and not trainable. Yes, we have to improve our skill base. Yes, we must invest heavily in training because the direct foreign investor ain't gonna do it for you. They're gonna look to the government to invest in training their workers while giving them the opportunity to be hired. We on this side will always remain mindful of the potential negative effects this type of amendments on our immigration laws could have on our local workforce. And for us on this side, who are fortunate enough to have an opportunity to serve in this honorable place, and others who have served in the other place, must continue to fight to protect the people who sent us here. Madam President, there's a saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I have listened to the Free National Movement's reasoning for these amendments, and I don't care how you try to sugarcoat it. Right. The government, by implementing these additional amendments, will definitely create a counterproductive measure down the road because of the backlash. These amendments, in our view, will prove to be counterproductive in the long run. And we say, because we don't have the ability to monitor what's going on the ground, they will eventually adversely affect the Bahamian workers and subsequently take jobs away from Bahamians. I cannot support these amendments in its current form, and I look forward for the leader on our side to bring forward the necessary amendment that we feel will make this bill more palatable. And if the government senators choose to go with what we have put forth in terms of the amendment, then we will support this particular bill because we feel in its current form, the bill itself is counterproductive and will displace and affect Bahamian jobs. Thank you.
As many? Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Dion Folks.
Sorry. No, you don't lift, man. Carry.
First of all, Madam President, I wish to say that I fully support the amendments to the immigration bill. I am grateful to the leader of the Senate for his explanation as to the benefits, especially how it refers to the financial services sector. He spoke at great length as how these amendments can cause the sector to grow and provide more jobs for Bahamians. He also briefly mentioned the advantages for Grand Bahama, for the technology hub that we are creating in Grand Bahama. I'm sure when my colleague Minister Thompson speaks, he will elaborate on that aspect of the bill. I know there's a lot of concern from the side opposite about the effects on the employment of Bahamians with respect to these amendments. But from where we stand, the government stands, and the Ministry of Labor, we are convinced that this will be a positive, these amendments will be a positive impact in terms of job creation for Bahamians. I want to assure Dr. Dowell, Senator Dowell, that for work permits, a year, 2 years, 3 years, and for renewal, labor certificates are required and will always be required. In order to apply, and we stated this when we debated the commercial enterprise bill. Both myself, Senator Thompson, and the Attorney General, we made that very clear. In order to apply for a work permit, there are a lot of documents you have to present. You have to present a medical certificate, you got to present a police certificate, passports, reference letters, a bank reference letter. Another document you have to submit is a labor certificate from the Department of Labor. It is only after that application is submitted and it is complete that the 14 days kick in. The 14 days, it doesn't, that period does not kick in. You just apply without the supporting documents. So I just want to make that abundantly clear to everybody. I know several senators have spoken with concern about the 14 days, the automatic grant after the 14 days, but that is only after that application goes through the entire process, including the granting of a labor certificate through the Department of Labor. And as everybody knows, to get a certificate, you have to advertise in the daily newspapers, and it has to be advertised for several days before you can apply to the Department of Labor. And you must show evidence that Bahamians are not available to do that particular job. One of the things I want to concentrate on, Madam President, today in my presentation, and it was referenced, it has squarely to do with immigration. It was referenced by Senator Davis. Senator Colby Davis, and indirectly by Senator Darwell. This is a very positive reference. Yes, it's not a criticism. And that refers to the skills gap that we have in the Bahamas. And it is a very serious issue. It's something that's been brewing for a very long time. It just didn't happen overnight. But we do have a serious skills gap in the Bahamas. I think it was Senator Davis that made reference to the Oxford economics presentation that they made. Other international groups have over a period of time referred to it. The government of the Bahamas is extremely concerned about the lack of skilled Bahamians to take advantage of certain jobs in the Bahamas. So we have, in conjunction with the private sector and organized labor, with the trade unions, we've recognized that a significant gap exists between the current and future labor needs in the Bahamas and the skills to meet those needs by the workforce. Despite past efforts to ameliorate this need, there persists a regular struggle by Bahamian employers to find sufficient local staff with the necessary technical and soft skills. Conversely, Bahamians are challenged to obtain the requisite skills training due to the lack of tuition opportunities and funding. In certain industries, this is noted to create an uneven dependence on foreign talent and skills. This creates tension between labor and immigration policies and functional practices necessary for the local industries to thrive. And this is a particular problem in our second city in Grand Bahama. The long-standing negative impact of this disparity has contributed to critically limited growth of certain private sector areas and subsequently minimal economic development and direct economic benefits for the Bahamian workers. To address this need, the Ministry of Labor and groups from private industry, labor, education, and civil society held the first ever full-day national symposium on skills developments. It was titled Forging Our Future, Assessing and Analyzing the Skills Gap in the Bahamas.
Forging.
Forging.
That's like making, not the other kind of forging.
And this was held last September at the National Training Agency. The symposium, this is what we're doing about the skills gap. We hear a lot of talk about it. The symposium brought over 150 leaders of industry, education, government, and labor together to craft a comprehensive, multi-sector approach to address this critical need area. A consensus was formed by the symposium participants on key technical and soft skills required by the industries in the Bahamas, as well as some general trends toward meeting the current and future workforce needs of the Bahamas. Understanding and addressing the significant gap that exists between the current and future labor needs in the Bahamas and the skills of the local workforce has been stated as a priority for the government of the Bahamas. Additionally, reduction of the skills gap in the Bahamas is seen by all sectors to provide a critical and necessary step toward reducing unemployment, increasing productivity, improving the ease of doing business, and the expansion of the private sector. The skills gap in the Bahamas is not a new phenomenon and was analyzed previously in a report funded by the Inter-American Development Bank titled, and I quote, "The Pursuit of Employable Skills 2012. This was done under the previous administration.
That's a $50
The report found that when asked about the main difficulties in recruiting staff, 66% of the employers cited the following. And as I said earlier, this report was done by the previous administration. Number one, the lack of specific skills. Number two, the lack of experience. Number three, the lack of soft skills. And number four, the lack of numeracy and literacy skills. Furthermore, the report revealed that the main reasons for gaps, dismissals, and increasing turnover costs for firms are the following. Number one, the lack of specific skills, which increases the time spent on recruiting workers. Specific skill levels were cited as the principal criteria for hiring, even more important than experience or formal education. Number two, the lack of soft skills is identified with productivity losses due to unsatisfactory performance, absenteeism, lack of responsible and commitment to the job. And number three, again, this issue was repeated, the lack of numeracy and literacy skills. Overall, the analysis tells that more integration is needed between the private sector, labor demand, and the provision of training in the country. The report reinforces that investing successfully in labor force skills development can be a main driver of economic and social growth and will demonstrate that upgrading both technical and soft skills is key to increasing productivity and competitiveness, adapting to the new technologies, and creating stable work opportunities for Bahamian workers. Finally, the report cited the Organization of Economic and Cooperation and Development, OECD, review of vocational education and training in OECD's countries, and in quotes, learning for jobs, which shows that skills development is far more effective if the world of learning and the world of work are integrated. I want to repeat that. The report shows that skills development is far more effective if the world of learning and the world of work are integrated. To this end, Madam President, in April of this year, the government established by Cabinet the National Committee for Industry, Education, and Skills Training. The mission of the committee is to create a stronger pathway for both government and non-government job skill development and greater productivity in the Bahamas. Under the chair of myself and the active leadership of the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Cecilia Strawn, who's been succeeded now by Mr. Peter DeVoe Isaacs, Mr. Robert Farquharson, who is our executive manager at the Ministry of Labor. The committee has a diverse membership and includes government, private industry, organized labor, education, and civil society. The government has representatives from the Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, all the trade unions, the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employers Confederation, the University of the West Indies, the National Training Agency, the University of the Bahamas, Bahamas Baptist Community College, LJM Maritime Academy, Southern University, the Bahamas Institute of Financial Services, the Bahamas Contractors Association, the Organization for Responsible Governance. The committee extended invitations to leaders of the various stakeholder groups and developed an agenda to facilitate collaboration and information sharing and established the following as goals for the symposium. I may add here that we also established a committee in Grand Bahama, which also had a very successful symposium. Some of the members from Grand Bahama who were present here were at that symposium. These are the goals of the committee. Number one, developing a consensus-based assessment of the current skills needs among key sectors in private industry in the Bahamas. Number two, collecting information on the skills challenges faced by the sectors and identify common themes and priorities. Number three, creating an exhaustive list of competencies, credentials, and certifications that are required to stimulate growth in our economy. Number four, identifying related challenges that affect skill development, such as education, immigration, and systematic issues. And finally, number five, building ongoing systems and fora for collaboration among industry leaders and association to address the specific needs within their sector and subsectors. The National Symposium opened to 154 attendees, representing scores of governmental and non-governmental organizations, who were welcomed by our own Senator Jennifer Isaacs Dotson, and there was a lovely performance by our Royal Bahamas Defense Force Pop Band. The event was split into two segments. The opening informational component featured remarks, and we'd like to thank our Prime Minister for doing the opening ceremony. And the overall scope and status of the skills gap and its implication on the national economic development were addressed by, by, by our Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, "This issue of job skills is not a new one. In fact, many of us in this room have been working diligently for decades to improve the workforce and create greater opportunity for our industries. But I put forward that today is a significant pivot point in this battle. This can be a day that we unleash the incredible potential that lies within our nation. I know that in this very room, we have the know-how, the talent, and the desire to significantly increase the capability, knowledge, and skills within our available workforce. We can create one of the most productive, vibrant, and diverse workforces in this region, stated the Prime Minister. As a result of that symposium, Madam President, we have established seven working committees to deal with the various sectors, and they meet on a regular basis. The hospitality sector is one, financial services is another, manufacturing and agriculture, construction, contracting and landscape, medical, education and allied health, information technology and communications, and finally, maritime and transport. We hope to get comprehensive reports, Madam President, from all 7 of these working groups, which will then be presented to the Cabinet of the Bahamas for the adoption. And Madam President, I would like to state that this is a very comprehensive approach. The members of the committee, they're taking their work very seriously. And as I stated, practically every major sector and educational institution and ministry are part of this committee. Some 15 different groups and institutions. So we're very excited about this, Madam President. When persons say nothing is being done about the skills gap, that is not true. We are doing a lot about bridging the skills gap in the Bahamas. The second initiative that we have embarked upon is an IDB initiative. In July of last year, the Bahamas government signed a $50 million loan agreement with the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, for a project called Skills for Current and Future Jobs in the Bahamas. This is the second major thing that we're doing to address the skills gap. Its purpose is, number one, to establish job readiness and pre-apprenticeship program and an apprenticeship program for 2,500 Bahamians. Number two, to modernize the labor computer services. Number three, to contribute to the development of a robust labor market information system by coordinating the efforts of different government agencies involved in collecting data to help monitor the country's labor market performance. There, in addition to the national effort and the IDB program, there are additional programs that are corresponding to the IDB loan initiative. And I speak of the Citizen and Security Justice Program, Component 2, which was started by the former government. This was the brainchild of the late Dr. Bernard Nottage. We are continuing the program. We think it's an excellent program. But Component 2, which focuses on the training of at-risk youth. And I must say that we have made significant progress here. We've had several classes of over 250 each that has passed through the NTA school in terms of soft skills initiatives. I also like to point out the Over the Hill project, Fresh Start at the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, which all have the same goals of providing skills and training to improve employability and to empower our residents to find decent and productive work, thus enabling the growth and sustainability of our economy. This shows how serious the government is in achieving this goal and the reason that we are here today on both sides of the table. However, Madam President, in the next decade, the world of work will be vastly different from the one that we are now experiencing. Our academic and vocational training must, therefore, be revamped to bridge the skills gaps that presently exist. Our labor force must be trained and retrained in many instances to meet the demands of this brand new world. Hence, it's imperative that there's a constant dialogue between the public sector, between employers' organizations, between workers' organizations, and between the training providers. The issue of skills gaps in the labor force is a global phenomenon. Even persons with degrees are struggling to find work as their skill sets fail to match employer needs. Each of the components will seek to address this problem through an apprenticeship program which will allow young persons and adults up to the age of 40 years the opportunity to gain practical work experience and certification on the job through the services offered to the job seeker in a new state-of-the-art labor building, which is also the construction of that building was also part of the $50 million loan. And also through the enhanced capability of the Department of Statistics to provide actual real-time statistics on the labor force that are needed for local and international planning purposes. So, Madam President, the first part of my presentation dealt with the overall committee that we have that is working, the subcommittee that is working in Grand Bahama. We intend to establish a subcommittee in Abaco. We also intend to establish a subcommittee in Exuma. The third thing I'd like to mention, and this is not an exclusive list, Madam President, what we're doing to improve the skills gap. The third thing I'd like to mention very briefly is as a result of a trip to Amsterdam with the Bahamas Maritime Authority and the Minister, Ranwood Wells, and members from LJM Maritime Academy. We formed a subcommittee when we came back to Nassau. Not a subcommittee, we formed a working committee when we came back to Nassau that represented the Ministry of Transport, BMA, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Labor, and LJM Maritime Academy to see how we could further enhance and deepen the relationship between the merchant and cruise industries and to broaden the opportunities for Bahamians in merchant shipping and in the cruise industry. We're very pleased to say that Cabinet has established a working committee, which I chair, to work on a permanent relationship with LJM Maritime Academy. We have had several meetings, and we are well on the way in forming I don't want to preempt what we're going to do before I go back to Cabinet, so I think I better stop there. But suffice it to say that LJM Maritime Academy and the government are working hand in glove to ensure that Bahamians are trained in the maritime sector. I'd like to say that I think they have about 100% recruitment rate from their graduates on merchant ships and on cruise ships. 5 officers, for example, in their last graduation class were hired directly by Carnival Cruise Lines. And I ain't talking about people to be waiter and bartender and work in the rooms. These are people who work on the deck, and they were trained by LJM Maritime Academy. I would also wish to announce, and I think I can say this, is that we made a financial subvention to LJM Maritime Academy. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister and the Cabinet for approving that request to this very valuable and important maritime institution in the Bahamas. And it is the only training maritime academy in the Bahamas. And the government of the Bahamas is totally committed to see that it succeeds and that more Bahamians are trained there so that we can eliminate the skills gap. Of course, the fourth thing, I don't want to say too much on this aspect, but at BTVI and at UB, we're offering free tuition, and hundreds of Bahamians at BTVI have already taken advantage of enrollment at BTVI and with fully paid tuition, fully paid. So, Madam President, the F&M government, the Attorney General, Minister Thompson, all of us at the cabinet level, our primary focus, our number one focus is job creation and strengthening the Bahamian economy, not only for this generation, but for generations to come. These amendments and I consider myself a nationalist, and I will tell you, if I did not think that these were beneficial to the economy and the Bahamians, I would say so. That's the type of person I am. But I know that these amendments are good for the Bahamian economy and are good for job creation. I am pleased to support the amendments, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Folks. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Anna Faye Ferguson Knowles.
Pleasant good afternoon. Madam President, I rise to support this Immigration Amendment Bill 2019, which in my opinion is quite straightforward and timely. I do so cognizant of the grace and mercy of an awesome God who continues to sustain me. Madam President, I am also grateful to the Most Honorable Prime Minister Hubert Minnis for appointing me to this honorable place as a consultative senator. I certainly don't take this opportunity slightly. Like Paul said to Timothy, I pray for him always, not only him, but the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the opposition. I certainly pray for the opposition as well. Madam President, before I go into the meat of this bill,
take your time.
to give my short presentation, kindly permit me to give a few words of encouragement to some persons and some groups that I am particularly acquainted with. I wish to congratulate the organizer of the Crooked Island Homecoming Committee, who over the Easter holiday has successfully, against all odds, planned and put on a wonderful homecoming. Hundreds of persons congregated in that island, and we had a wonderful time during the Easter holiday. I want to send kudos to the President Beverly and her team, Celeste and Dorcas, and the list goes on and on. Thank you all, and keep up the great work. You know, Madam President, events like these keep small island communities together. And so, our government, the people's government, encourages events of this nature on family islands. I also wish to publicly thank those persons who are in the centers, the 8 centers scattered throughout the family island, urban renewal centers that is, the managers and the employees for keeping the island community together through their programs. Just recently, before the Easter holidays, they have successfully put on our Easter egg hunt for the little darlings in the community. And just last Thursday, they put on another successful program, a Mother's Day luncheon. And both events were very successful. Again, these events are very, very important to small island communities. These programs keeps persons together in the communities. And for this, I am grateful to them. And I say thank you to those persons who sometimes goes through the very end against all odds to make a success of those events. I can say, Madam President, that hundreds of students from various schools scattered out through the family island attended the Easter egg hunt. And the same is said for the mothers. Not only mothers attended, fathers attended as well. It was enjoyable. After all, Madam President, the Bahamas is not only New Providence and Grand Bahama. It's also an addition of family islands. And so one Bahamas consisting of New Providence, Grand Bahama, and the family island. And it's good to see that whatever is done in New Providence, by extension, or should I say by large extension, is extended to the family islands. When you look at islands such as the islands in the south, not only in the south, Andros as well as Eleuthera as well as Exuma, Keith and Salvador, they all making their marks in terms of whatever is happening in the islands. And they are to be commended for that. I say kudos to those persons who keep the family islands alive. I also join, Madam President, yourselves and many other senators after an extended Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers in the Honorable Senate, and by extension, the mothers in the Bahamas. So in Anglican, it's not really a Mother's Day, but we adopt Mother's Day by, I guess, by acclamation. And we do, like some others, lavish mother, not so much as a Mother and Sunday, but definitely we do our little gratitude towards Mother during the second Sunday in the month of May every year. I wish yesterday, which was Sunday, Mother's Day, I'm sorry, I took the opportunity to visit a friend of mine, longtime friend of mine, former teacher who's not doing well. In fact, I just want to send get well soon to two former educators in the person of Mrs. Olga Wilson and Mr. John Lee Ferguson. Get well soon, brothers and sisters. And I am praying for both of you. Finally, and on a more positive note, Madam President, I want to congratulate a sudden man, Mr. Charles Murphy, on his promotion to the as the commissioner for the correctional center. Murphy I know him many moons, a hard-working young man, and I'm optimistic that he would do a wonderful job at the correction center. And today is my baby sister's birthday. And I said kudos to my sister, Melvina Victoria May Portier, Ferguson Portier. Today is her birthday. May 13th is her birthday, and I know she's in Indiana this time, and she's listening to me by way of radio and on phone. Some sort of things she do, but she listens to us on live stream is correct. So enjoy yourself, Melvina, wherever you are. The FNM, Madam President, the FNM administration, in keeping with the 2017 manifesto, committed themselves to technology. That's one of their major points in the manifesto. Now, they've been in power for 2 years. I should say a little less than 2 years. Because most of the things that I have in this short report was done before the 10th, which was last week. And so, on their anniversary, I'd like to congratulate them on their second anniversary. And although it's safe to say that they are not perfect, and all of the initiatives that was implemented during those 2 years Might not be 100%, but they are well on their way to becoming what they say in the manifesto of 2017. One of those things was making Grand Bahama an offshore technological hub.
Yeah, that's true.
Today, this bill that we are faced with in front of us has the capacity to do exactly that. Now, this is commendable because it proves that they are going according to what they say they were going to do. And this bodes well for the government.
Yes. Not a good thing.
Some of the greatest technological minds resides right here in the Bahamas. Of course, Madam President, no country gets off the ground all by themselves. And so there are times when we need to invite others to share in the building up of our country. The great First World America is an example of this, what I'm speaking about. America didn't just get where they are today, and England didn't get where they are today, and it's safe to say that the Bahamas wouldn't get where they ought to be all by themselves. And so the bill, prior to this bill, the Grand Bahama Technology Hub Steering Committee was formed in, I think it was in December of 2017. And the preparation for what is before us today began shortly after December 2017. Stakeholders from private and public sector in the Bahamas was a part of this equation. I dubbed this as the 5 Ps: preparation, process, procedure, partnership, and participation, not necessarily in that order. They are the 5 Ps. The main function of the committee, Madam President, was to advise the government on how best we can grow the technological industry and make it a third pillar of the economy. And this is a major opportunity for growth. Hence the recommendation for the creation of the BH1B Work Visa Program. The bill is somewhat geared towards companies formed under the Commercial Enterprises Act. And as we know, we have already debated and passed that act. And here we are adding to make it put a little more teeth into that based on this bill that is before us. Madam President, this is not, I hasten to say that this is not a free for all, and this is not a floodgate to allow foreigners or others to come in and take Bahamian jobs or to take the Bahamian over, to flood the Bahamas with foreigners. That's not the case. as some purported. In fact, it is proposed to create what is sorely needed in Grand Bahama. It is critical in restoring Grand Bahama to its rightful prominence. I firmly believe that Grand Bahama can be cultivated into a premium Silicon Island. Grand Bahama, you are on the way.
Amen.
I'd be brave enough to say, keep hope and help alive. The objectives of the clause is within the bill, and it is clearly stated on page 7 of the bill. Clearly stated the objective. The preparation process, procedure, participation, and partnership are clearly visible in this bill. I am excited that the spill-off from this bill, which would make Grand Bahama a technological hub, will spill off to the many family islands and thus created jobs. Jobs. When passed, this bill will surely be a premium bill, and it will cause a fluctuation of things that happen. Opportunities is the correct word. In Grand Bahama and outside of Grand Bahama. As a matter of fact, all over the Bahamas. Amen. Now, I want to divert a little bit and to say how we doing in the Family Island in terms of for the last, from 2017 to now. There's some things that I need to highlight that is happening in the Family Island that you perhaps know about. But I'll say, in Long Island,
This administration.
somebody mentioned Long Island, Family Island. We've just finished. Crooked Island is coming. The water system is complete, along with the Monument Road. In 2 years. In 2 years in Long Island. Because I'm not selfish, I would leave the Crooked Island, the best for the last. In Exuma, the dock in Baratari is in fine form. It happens under the effort. In Spanish Well, where my fellow senator live, the road it's about 3/4 completed. Senator Sweden. And in less than a month it'll be complete. In my own island, Dr. Darville, no island. Senator Darville, sorry. The roads and the seawalls are almost complete. You know, the road is so good there now. I tell you, it's when you drive and you feel like you're riding on a highway.
Oh, man.
In Crooked Island. I want to say thanks to Mr. Trevor Clare, who is the contractor for the road. He's doing a very good job, and yes, long overdue. You know, I also want to thank the government for the land grant, the Crown land grant that is going to be given out to persons who have applied years and years ago. This government. PLPs and F&M, according to my Prime Minister, will be receiving those who have made their application ready and it's still there, will be receiving Crown land grant. This government, I believe, and from where I see, has been extremely fair. This government has been extremely fair in the deliverance of whatever they say they had to do. Again, I said no one is perfect, but they're doing a very good job when it comes to fairness. It amazed me though, Madam President, and when I read the social media and hear a few disgruntled coupled with some opposition speaking about nothing happening in the Bahamas, well, they must be they must not live in the same Bahamas that I am living in. And then to that I say, there are none so blind as those who refuse to see. Lots of things are happening. And you can't be biased. You shouldn't be biased to say that nothing is happening when all around things are happening and happening in a timely form. Tourism. We talk about tourism. The numbers up galore. I mean, it's soaring up. It's soaring up. The bone fishes, I mean, the only difference, the only setback for us in the south with the bone fishes is that the mosquitoes and them are coming out. But I'm sure the Minister of Environmental Health is going to do something about the mosquitoes in Auckland and Crooked Island. But the visitors are there. And so we have to be thankful for, in all things, we have to give him thanks. And we ought to be grateful for such a time as this. Madam, I am proud of the way in which the Ministry of Public Service is shaping up. They had the week of public service recognition. It's a week that is niched in appreciation and talent for the services of public officer. That's progress. I came out of public service and I don't recall, and if my memory serves me well, I don't recall we had the week of recognition for public officer to display their talent and to be a greater part of the community outside of the job related. And so I think the minister to be commended. The recruitment of young talented Bahamians with their BA degree, Bachelor of Arts degree, is welcome, especially in the Family Islands. This is what it does. It gives persons the opportunity to return home and do service in their community, work and live in their community. Moreover, the policy would encourage residents to come back home. And so that is commendable. From the Ministry of Public Service. This bill, Madam President, encourages just that. And it will be putting jobs in the hand of Bahamians. Get ready, Bahamians, for these spin-offs.
Yeah.
We encourage never to listen to the noise in the market. We are encouraged to stick to the price of the fish. And the price of the fish is the price of the fish is to stay focused.
Stay focused.
Stay focused.
Yes.
And be a part of the solution
Yes.
rather than the problem.
Yes.
Madam President, this administration just recently celebrated 2 years, as I said before. And they had a massive turnout the other day. But more than that, they were admonished to, in the words of Senator Sawyer, stay on the wall.
Stay on the wall. Oh, yeah.
Stay on the wall with the free tuition for BTBI. And I understand that this coming summer, beginning this coming summer, that it would also be free tuition will also be extended to the University of the Bahamas. This is good news.
Good news.
This is good news.
Oh, yeah.
And this is an extension for family islanders. And so, of course, you need to get yourself prepared for that.
Cities for families.
When I take a look at education, Madam President, the preschoolers have tablets. The preschoolers and the primary schoolers have tablets in their hand, which enhances education. This is great. It's like technology from the cradle. Technology from the cradle.
Preparing them for the future.
Yes, we are preparing them for the future. And the next, you know what could happen in the next few years for these preschoolers and primary students.
I'm going to be ready for university education.
And so the expansion of knowledge would wipe the wide.
Oh, yeah.
But those who continue to preach doom and gloom
Shame on them.
would one day bring doom and gloom on themselves.
My Lord.
So we got to be very careful how we preach the doom and the gloom message.
Yeah, watch your tongue.
When I look at the growth for last year, 2.2, 2.3, and it is projected that this year the growth will be 2.1.
Yeah.
That's growth. And I understand in the last 10 to 12 years that it's not happened.
It's not better now.
What we are seeing now under this administration for the last 12 years, we have not seen this type of growth. And so that's worth talking about.
Yes. Yes. Government is working. Big thing.
Government is working. And in the words again of Senator Sawyer, stay on the wall. Madam President, as I conclude, I cannot help from mentioning a significant part of this bill. Because among those who will be attracted to come in are those with the majority are the software developers, those who will develop the software program, very important. The computer system analysis will be here as well. Computer program. Now, Madam President, I hasten to say that we have some of them some of those Bahamians here as we speak. But we are adding to the fleet. Additional help is always good. The amended visa and permit holders will provide both direct and indirect revenue injection. And this speaks to the betterment of the Bahamas and its citizens. This amendment to the Immigration Act presents a great opportunity for the Bahamas. And so it gives me great pleasure to support this bill without reservation. Thank you, Madam.
As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Clay Sweeting.
Thank you, Madam President.
My favorite senator, how he pronounces Madam President.
That's what I tell them in Spanish Welsh, you know, that I'm your favorite. Well, you know. Pronunciation, the accent, you know. But I'm delighted to rise on behalf of the people of the Bahamas to contribute today. It is always an honor to speak on their behalf. But before I begin to speak on the bill, I want to join other senators with birthday wishes to one of my young best friends, truly an inspiration with his challenges in my life. My son David, he's going to be 4 today. And while I'm here doing the people's business, I promised him that Daddy would give his name a shout out today on TV. So I try to keep my promises because, you know, so happy birthday, David. He has 4 today, yeah. He has 4 today. But Madam President, the Immigration Amendment Bill 2019. This bill is being put forth to support the government's misguided commercial enterprise bill, which members on the government side touted as a bill that would transform business in the Bahamas, but it has not. Now, will this bill transform immigration and the ease of foreigners working in the Bahamas? That may be so. The opposition is not opposed to forward-thinking legislation that grows the economy, and we are not opposed to sensible immigration reforms. However, this bill in its current form, I cannot and will not support. On the onset, this bill is being promoted to support an ease of doing business initiative by the government. It seeks to amend the Immigration Act to make provisions for the BH-1B visa and the BH-4S permit, as well as provide work visa exemptions. This bill has taken a lot of backlash from persons and organizations throughout the Bahamas, and rightly so. The Bahamas Bar Association has claimed that they were not consulted, and it seems many other stakeholders were not consulted as well. On a few occasions, legislation has been brought to this place without the proper consultation. This led to either legislation being shelved or being brought back to this place soon thereafter to be amended. The Nonprofit Organization Bill and Business License Amendment are 2 that come to mind. Will this bill be another that we find amending in a few short months? Madam President, the reform agenda of this government on immigration is being promoted as open for business. The ease of work permit approval provided by this bill is one where we should be concerned. We must understand that a government's main focus is to ensure that all legislation passed in this place is to ensure that Bahamians are positively impacted first and foremost. But let me ask, who will police this? Who will ensure that the people who are provided with work visas only work where they are approved to? You cannot just say that we have a lot of laws on the books that are not being enforced properly now as a cop-out. When we debated the Commercial Enterprises Act, I mentioned that in Eleuthera alone, and possibly islands such as Abaco as well, if there was a census conducted on how many people that are currently holding work permits and are not engaged for what their permit was approved for, you would be shocked. The problem continues to fester in Harbor Island. And I think the Department of Labor did some sort of census in Abaco, but I don't know if that was a part of the census. We just do not have the workforce at immigration to be able to monitor what persons do once they arrive to carry out so-called business. There is already a vaccine immigration issue where persons who are provided with permits are working other jobs that Bahamians can do. And that is why I encourage the government to keep a close eye on the Disney projects in South Eleuthera. There is no doubt that South Eleuthera needs economic boost, and the people in South Eleuthera deserve to be provided with a robust economic activity. However, if Disney is given the right to do water sports at the project in Lighthouse Point, it doesn't benefit the people in South Eleuthera. If persons that are awarded work visas for other jobs and in the end take a job that a Bahamian should be awarded, it doesn't benefit the people of South Eleuthera. At the end of the day, the people in Eleuthera deserve a fair shake and must be protected. Madam President, when we debated the Commercial Enterprise Bill, the time allotted for the Director of Immigration to approve a permit was 14 days.
Just one point of order.
The point of order. Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Carl Bethel.
Thank you. The government is not aware of any award of any contract to non-Bahamians for the provision of water sports services in connection with the Disney program. In fact, I think the heads of agreement specifically reserves water sport activities for Bahamian-owned entities. Just for your information, sir.
Thank you, AG. I'm glad to hear that because the people of Eleuthera need work and they are looking forward to some economic activity down there in the deep south. It was an issue then, and nothing has changed, and our stance remains the same. This bill takes it a step further, and now a 3-year visa can be approved within this 14-day window. With the influx of persons applying for these visas, there is no way you can properly vet a person in 14 days. But I know the Minister of Labor said that they will now be doing the vetting prior to that. However, the Progressive Liberal Party during our last administration invested in a new online immigration system which has been implemented. The backlog has been reduced, but it currently still takes up to 3 months to get some type of responsive correspondence from the Department of Immigration. Are there plans within immigration for further step towards automation to continue to speed up the process? If it currently takes 3 months for current applications to be processed, their work visas are almost automatically approved. Or if they are given preference over other applications, then maybe there will be a further backlog at the Immigration Department. How about the spouses and children that are arriving with the visa holders? Will this add to the tax burden of the citizens of our country? Will the children school for free? Will they burden on our healthcare system? Will the government, will the clinic in Governor's Harbor is in a state of disrepair for a few weeks now, so unfortunately they can't get any care there. This bill is simply unworkable in its current form. On family islands, immigration is becoming much harder to control as you are constantly having legal and illegal immigrants travel to the islands, and there is no proper functioning automated immigration and labor system where the two ministries can speak to one another. I spoke to this already, where a centralized system is needed, one where a labor officer can log in and search to find out who has a short-term work permit or who has a visa, and so on. The labor officers in the family islands have to make personal contact with immigration officers. Madam President, I want to emphasize once again that this legislation is going to be very hard to police and properly enforce once persons enter the country. It is too wide open and can easily be abused by foreign companies. We have discussed previously that we may be losing a lot of business to other jurisdictions, such as the Cayman Islands in the financial services sector, because of their ease of doing business and the rate at which they turn around applications for things, whether it be business license, work permits, etc. However, is this bill, along with a commercial enterprise bill in its current form, the answer to fix our economy? Is this the answer to fix the economy of Grand Bahama? Unemployment is still very high in Grand Bahama, and nothing tangible has been produced from this legislation. Madam President, it also seems as if this bill is also being promoted as an economic boost for this country. That may be just another way to sell this flawed legislation to the Bahamian people. It was said in the other place that new visas will contribute more than $50 million to the economy. It was also stated that the bill will help to recruit persons from around the world who will be rejected by the U.S. because of their strict immigration policy. However, I don't see anywhere in this bill that will have any direct benefit for Bahamians. When will we bring legislation that helps the local Bahamian expand their business and become more than just employees? Yes, business license fees during the last budget cycle of $100 a year were waived if you gross $100,000 a year. But where are the significant impact for Bahamian businesses and business owners? Madam President, will this bill help local medium-sized business, which in turn leads to local economic growth? Will this bill lead to local income growth? How about wage and salary growth? How about local job creation? I always hear the other side speak about their philosophy to teach a man how to fish so they can feed him for a lifetime. You know, it's not a bad philosophy, you know. And I also believe in empowering Bahamians myself. But I don't even see bait in this bill to fish with. Another issue I have is in Section 32A, where persons are exempt from a work visa if they are engaging in any activity listed in subsection 2 for a period not exceeding 14 days. Senator Davis, Senator Darville, and also Senator Enfield already spoke to this and their reservation with this same section as well. Basically, persons attending a conference or seminar as a participant, excluding organizers of the event, attending a trade show or summit, excluding organizers, or working as a non-executive director of a business being carried out in the Bahamas, among other things, are exempt. They can basically come into the Bahamas and work, no permit needed. Madam President, the list is just so broad. But I also wonder if this bill is a first step to facilitate the Bahamas' ascension to WTO.
No. Yep.
Madam President, non-Bahamians continue to fish on foreign vessels, whether it be through a work permit or a spousal permit, marriage of convenience. Our fishing banks
Point
are
of order.
Now, this might, the chair
don't-
recognizes Senator the Honorable Carl Bethel, but now it must let me know the rule that's being breached here, please.
No falsehood in the guise of a question.
Listen to me.
That's the rule.
Now, no, it's not a rule. Now, I have allowed everybody who had a point of clarification.
Stand up and make a false statement
Madam
in the
President,
guise of a
So-
question.
So I
He is
need to
misleading the Senate.
thank you. That's a
The
different
question
story.
is designed to mislead the Senate and to create the impression.
Sit, Senator. Please go ahead, Senator
Thank you.
Bethel.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the member opposite made the statement that this bill. Exactly. And in asking the question, you made the statement because it is a breach of the rule for you to suggest what you know to be false. And in asking this question, which is not a question but really a statement, because ain't no question mark was after it.
Yeah, right on my paper.
All right, but I didn't see any question mark.
Come,
I didn't see
Senators, let's
question
go.
mark.
Come on.
No, let me assure the honorable member and the Bahamian people, this bill has absolutely nothing to do with any ongoing public consultations on the World Trade Organization. The Bahamas has not agreed to accede to the World Trade Organization. No, we are in discussions. Yes, we are in discussions and negotiations. But when the negotiations are completed, we will then have a decision to make. Right now, there is no decision before the Bahamian people, and no legislation before this Parliament is in any way connected with the World Trade Organization. This bill has nothing whatsoever to do with any such proposal. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Clay Sweeting.
Could I finish my paragraph?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Still do not have any agreements. Our fishing banks are being ravaged by foreign nationals who do not care whether or not you can harvest a conch or lobster 15 years from now. Many fishermen have called me to voice their concerns, and they fear that this bill is just one step towards foreigners being able to fish in our waters. Let me
Please, no, Madam President, please. We cannot have a member
Excuse
of the
me,
Senate.
two senators cannot be on the
standing
floor,
up
and I am sorry.
Doing a bunch of falsehoods.
No.
There's nothing in this bill that deals with fisheries.
Senator Bethel.
No,
Senator
Madam
Bethel.
President,
Senator Bethel.
I cannot sit here.
Senator
and-
Bethel, I
and
ask
take
you
that
to
from
take your
this
seat.
member.
Senator
The member is
Bethel, I
obviously
ask you to
spewing
take your seat.
falsehoods.
I ask you to take your seat, Senator Bethel. Now,
let me
Senator Bethel, no senators. Now, let's all be fair here. Everybody in here today in their presentation, I've given latitude to speak on other issues, okay? Now, I will ask you to resume your speech,
So,
and I would ask the senator if there's any further clarification you need, please do it at the end of his contribution.
At the end of this paragraph, which I want to finish, I
Go right ahead.
promised the fishermen that I would make mention to the Attorney General so we could clarify. Can I clarify? Because you could clarify at the end, if that's all right.
No, I am the chairman of this. No. Now, you see, I don't want to say. I need senators to be respectful here. The practice has been, unless it's really been egregious, I have asked senators to make their clarifications at the end of the presentations. Senator Bethel, Senator Bethel, I ask you to sit,
Yeah, I
please.
understand.
You have not been recognized.
Madam President.
I am asking you to sit, Senator
I
Bethel.
would wish to address the chair. I'm asking the chair to allow me to address the chair. Audi alter partem.
Senator Bethel, I would ask you to sit.
I would ask you to consider allowing me to address the chair on this issue.
Senator Bethel, I ask you to sit, and I will ask Senator Clay Sweeting to resume what he is saying.
Madam President, with all respect, a lie can get around the world before the truth can put his shoes on.
Senator
Okay?
Bethel, please.
No, an egregious question was asked that suggested and was designed to suggest that somehow this bill is going to affect Bahamians' inalienable right to control their own fisheries.
No, I said.
Senator Bethel?
It is an untruth.
Yeah, but we
And
must.
it is a slur on
Senator,
this bill.
Senator Bethel, let us let the senator complete his statement.
The senator need not
I should not have this discussion with
dredge
you.
up lies to throw at the bill.
Senator Bethel, please.
Okay, untruths.
Senator Sweeting, please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. But a lot of
And I caution you, I also caution you, Senator
a
Sweeting.
lot of fishermen, I have seen them post on Facebook about this issue, about this bill, because I understand, as well as a lot of people understand that when people do not.
Now, are you clarifying what they've said to you? Initially, you said the fisherman spoke to you.
They spoke to me.
Good.
Yes, they
All
spoke
right.
to me. And I've also seen posts. So that they spoke to me. But at the end of the day, they assume that this bill is the first step towards WTO and will, at the end of the day, challenge their fishing grounds. So I thought it'd been in the best interest for me to mention it so the Attorney General could clarify instead of the lies being, or untruths being spread around, and they was calling me. So I was doing it for the best interest. I didn't say that that's what it was to be or whatnot. So I'll move on.
Please do.
Some people may say that immigration is risky and self-selects entrepreneurial people. In the UK, immigrants are twice as likely as British-born individuals to start their own business. In the US, migrants found about 30% of all business, even though they are just 14% of the population. Migrants also tend to be more successful in these endeavors. More than half of U.S. or unicorn startups valued at more than $1 billion were founded by immigrants, as were 40% of Fortune 500 companies. The same pattern repeats itself elsewhere, so we must be careful that this pattern does not follow in the Bahamas. Rapid immigration in some countries has produced lower wages and higher unemployment for their citizens. We must be careful that this policy on legislative change and immigration does not leave Bahamians behind. In the United States, in certain categories, immigrants require certification from the U.S. Department of Labor to show that there are not enough U.S. workers who are able, willing, qualified, and available in the geographic area where the immigrant is to be employed, and that no American workers are displaced by foreign workers. And I'm glad that Senator Folks clarified that today and reiterated that the Ministry of Labor will continue to perform the same job. Our focus should be that Bahamian workers are not displaced. What is so interesting is that we do not know how many businesses has been approved as a result of the Commercial Enterprise Act. How about how many Bahamians have been employed because of this legislation? I'll be sending the message that just a small investment of $250,000, and poof, just like that, with such a small investment, foreigners will be able to get a work visa that lasts up to 3 years and could be extended to 6. I stand along with other members in the other place in opposition and support raising it to $1 million minimum investment, because in reality, $250,000 is not that much for foreign investment. Madam President, once again, I want to reiterate that I am not saying that foreign investment is bad, as we know that foreign investment is needed. We should welcome responsible foreign investors who have capital and want to invest. But, Madam President, I would also like to see some impactful legislation that can be properly enforced to positively impact the lives of Bahamian people. Bahamians are tired of being fed breadcrumbs while foreigners are getting paid big bucks. It also seems that on many occasions when foreigners arrive here to work on jobs that Bahamians can do, it is the locals that has to hold their hand and guide them. At the end of the day, all I really want is an even playing field for Bahamians so that they can benefit and become successful in their own country. And I think I can speak for all senators in this place in reference to that. However, the Immigration Amendment Bill 2019 in its current form will not do that, and I cannot support it. Madam President, I would also like to say that I didn't realize that the side opposite would be campaigning so much today instead of speaking on the bill. Maybe senators opposite are trying to distract the Bahamian people from the bill at hand. Whatever the case, time is longer than rope, and the time will soon come when the Progressive Liberal Party will be elected as the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam President, with that, I rest. May God bless you, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Senator. As many, Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Kwesi Thompson.
Listen very carefully.
Madam President, thank you very much. And again, it is a privilege. It is a privilege, Madam President, to stand and to address the Bahamian public on such an important issue. But as other persons have done, just allow me very quickly to say I did say it yesterday, but to say it publicly. Happy Mother's Day, obviously, to my own mother, Marilyn Thompson, to my mother-in-law, Rose Gardner, and also to my grandmother, who I had the privilege of spending Saturday with,
right here in Providence, Gloria Goodman, right on the hill, Fox Hill Road. And she's been there for years, and we pray and hope that she will continue to be there for many more years. So if you're listening, happy Mother's Day again, Grummy. But it is a privilege, Madam President, to address a bill that the country really has been speaking about. And let me also say, as I start, it is, and as I usually start, by giving God thanks for this privilege. I do not take it for granted. And there was a scripture this morning that I jot down which says, rejoice always, pray continually, and give thanks in all circumstances. This is God's will for you in Christ Jesus. And I just think that that's such an appropriate scripture to start off our debate. Madam President, though, after listening to 3 of the 4 members speak, and I can take a guess at what the 4th of the opposition will say, or what side he will land on. You know, there was a friend of ours on this side who we lost, and you know, I always appreciated his presentations. And one of the words that I think will always go down in, I think, in Bahamian political history is the word smudgy. And you know, Charles Maynard, you know, every time that he would speak, he would say that, you know, the other side, when they spoke, you know, that it was always smudgy. And I take that to mean that, you know, they say some stuff out there that just try to confuse and smudge the whole issue, as opposed to trying to bring clarity to the issue. And again, in my view, you know, in my view, all of the opposition, and I'm being very clear, all of the opposition senators, when they spoke, you know, just was throwing things out there, and I would use the words of our friend Brother Charles Maynard, that what they were saying was very, very smudgy. And so I caution the Bahamian public in terms of a lot of the rhetoric that was said. But Madam President, I wish to do my best to try and add some clarity, as opposed to being smudgy, to this whole topic. A few statements that I wish to make, though, before we get into the main issue of the bill. One of the first statements that I want to sort of preface my presentation on is, if you want to accomplish something that you've never accomplished before, then you must do some things that you've never done before. And I accept that there is going to be hesitation. I accept that there's going to be some fear. I accept that there are going to be those who throw smudge to attempt to cause fear in the direction that we are trying to head and in what we are trying to accomplish. But I say that if we want to achieve some things that we have never achieved before, that it will require us to do some things that we have never done before. And then there's a saying similar to this, which is, doing the same thing over and over again will not result in you achieving something different. But what the people of the Bahamas voted for was to change the status quo. What they voted for was different from what the PLP was offering. What they voted for was to do something different so that we could achieve something different. And that is exactly what we are doing here today. So don't mind the naysayers, because what they are saying to you, you rejected 2 years ago. The policies that they are attempting to bring up and what they are attempting to say, you rejected 2 years ago. In fact, some of the policies that we are moving forward with today were some of the same policies that they spoke about but never acted on. Madam President, this bill has nothing to do with taking Bahamian jobs. Let's take that out of the equation. This bill has nothing to do with taking Bahamian jobs. This bill has nothing to do with foreigners and foreign workers taking over the Bahamas. It has nothing to do with opening the floodgates for foreign workers to come and take Bahamian jobs. This has nothing to do with that. This bill is all about providing opportunities for Bahamians. This bill is all about providing jobs for Bahamians. And this bill is all about providing training opportunities for Bahamians. Madam President, there was a political leader who made a statement about a policy, an immigration policy. And I'll say the name of the political leader after I read the policy, or after I read his statement. But I want to quote him. He says, "The policies of my government will be advancing, Mr. Speaker, are entirely consistent with my government's and my personal philosophy towards Bahamianization." He says that it is consistent with his belief about Bahamianization. He goes on to say, "I do not believe, Mr. Speaker, that a policy of development-focused immigration is at odds with a policy of progressive national development. Indeed, they complement each other." So I understand him to say that a policy of develop-focused immigration. So we talking about developing certain industries, but by using your immigration policy to develop certain industries. And he says that it is not at odds with progressive national development. He says it's actually consistent. As such, and I go on to quote, he says, "As such, the Ministry of Financial Services, in conjunction with all of the relevant ministries and departments of the government, has been working on proposals for me to ensure that the Bahamas designs a transparent, predictable, and user-friendly immigration policy to attract those foreign investors and entrepreneurs who intend to make a meaningful commitment to the overall development of the Bahamas." He says a transparent, predictable, user-friendly immigration policy to attract those foreign investors Those same foreign investors that people are so frightened about, and those same foreign investors that people are saying we must keep out. But this political leader said we should design a policy to attract those foreign investors. This political leader then goes on and says, the financial services industry assures me that with the right government policy, I mean a development-focused immigration policy, a large number of persons are willing to invest in the country and to choose the Bahamas as their place of primary residence. And then he says, I have charged the Minister of Financial Services to create a policy which not only attracts homeowners, but also individuals who are job and wealth creators. So you are saying, let us create a policy that will be, we're not just worrying about the homeowners, but we want to attract people who will be job creators. I would like to attract people who want to establish businesses along the lines of the national investment policy. He said, and I want to repeat that one. I would like to attract people who want to establish businesses along the lines of the national investment policy, and those which complement the existing skills pool of the Bahamas and encourage higher education. It's a policy. It was a general policy statement that was being made. This quote was done in the closing remarks of the midterm budget statement of 2013-2014 by the Right Honorable Perry G. Christie. Madam President, our government is focused on the manifesto goals. And one of the manifesto goals was to grow the technology industry in the Bahamas. And we've been focused on, and you know, there are those who, you know, may make fun of it. There may be those who, you know, will laugh at it, and may those who will say, you know, where are the results, and why haven't you, where are the 100 people, and where are the 1,000 people? But you know something? I remember, you know, one of my, in fact, it might have been my grandmother who reminded me, don't despise small beginnings. You know, don't make fun and laugh at small beginnings. Because those small beginnings, once you have a vision, once you have a purpose, and once you have a plan, and you'll continue to remain focused, and like our Senator Sawyer said, that was preached in the sermon, that we can stay on this wall. We are focused. We are focused because we believe that this is the right thing to do. We believe that it is going to produce results, and it is going to produce tangible results. And then, you know, Madam President, one of the things about this bill, which when it speaks to the BH-1B visa, is there are those who may believe that we dreamed this up. There may be those who believe that this was some, you know, dream that the Prime Minister came up with, and so one night he decided that, okay, this is going to happen, and then we should go ahead and move this. But, you know, we had our first technology summit, and I want to lay the foundation in terms of where this BH-1B visa came from. Because we had a technology summit where out of that summit, one of the things that we said we were going to do was to not have the government make these kinds of decisions, but we were going to put in place a committee, and that committee was going to be made up of those who are in the industry, and we were going to ask them to come up with a strategy, to come up with a plan on how they think we should move this technology hub forward. So we decided to appoint the Grand Bahama Technology Hub Committee. And that was headed by Dr. Donovan Moxie, and his chairperson was a young lady by the name of Christy Powell. And, you know, Christy Powell was somebody who I first actually met when she was working at Google. Young lady, she was in her early 20s. Bahamian, talented Bahamian. And she was invited to come and be a presenter at the summit. And then she was, in fact, she was very discouraged because she said she wants to come and she wants to develop and help her country. And she wanted to be provided with an opportunity where she could come and develop and help her country. And right now, she was formerly at Google, but right now she's working as a consultant for the Ministry of Finance as well as for the Office of the Prime Minister in their digitization project. A young, talented Bahamian who decided that, yes, I could be making thousands and thousands of dollars out there in California, but I want to come home and I want to help develop my country. She serves as the co-chairperson of the Technology Hub Committee. And then you had representatives from the Grand Bahama Chamber of Commerce, you had representatives from BTC, representatives from Alive, representatives from University of the Bahamas, from IRCA, you had attorneys who were at the Attorney General's office, you have representatives from Grand Bahama Power Company, you had persons from Cloud Carib, you have educators, so you had those, even those computer teachers who wanted to be a part, and so we have a computer teacher by the name of Sheila Robinson who is a part of the committee. And then you have persons who own tech companies in the Bahamas. So the same people who you say they're going to be competing against, and the same people who you say they are coming to take their jobs, is the same people who are sitting on this committee who made the recommendations. We have Dietrich Adley, who owns his own tech company. You have Demarius Cash, who owns his own tech company. And then there are two persons who I really want to highlight who served on the technology, who serves on this technology committee. And it's important to speak to this because when you say what they produce, you have to know who produced it in order to understand what it was that they produce. So when you speak about the BH-1B, I want to talk about the people who designed the BH-1B. So before you knock it, understand who were the ones who presented it first. There was a young man by the name of Laron Burrows. And Laron Burrows, again, he may be about 25 years old, from Freeport, and he went to Kettering University, is a computer engineer, worked in Silicon Valley for a number of years, still works in Silicon Valley actually. And I can't speak too much about the design that he has come up with because he's still going through the patent phase of it. But this design that he has come up with, this technology that he's come up with, has the potential to revolutionize medical technology around not just the country but around the world. The kind of talent that he has and has accomplished. And then you have another young Bahamian by the name of Dr. Gadrin Higgs, he is now actually working for Google in Silicon Valley. He also contributed to the report that we are speaking about. So, Madam President, the committee had several, and continue to have meetings, but had several meetings before they presented their report. And then they presented their report and said that they believed that the technology industry could be the third pillar to our economy. I believe them. So coming out of this report, and this is the point that I want to emphasize, Madam President. We are talking about the BH-1B visa program, but I don't believe that's actually a byproduct of what it is that we want to do. Because I don't want the message to get lost in the smudge. But the reality is, here the recommendation that the committee made, and I want to quote what they said. The recommendation that the committee made was that they wanted to recruit companies who have workers with U.S. H-1B visas. Their main focus was for the Bahamas to recruit companies to do something that we really don't do a lot of, which is, and we tend to wait until we have foreign investors who come to us and say, we want to invest in your country. We tend to wait for those who come, and then we decide whether we're going to go with them or not. But now you're absolutely correct. Now we must go and we must recruit those companies. Now we must go where those companies are, and we must make a case out as to why we want your company to come and be in the Bahamas. And not for the company's benefit. Yes, the company can only come if they see a benefit. But we want to recruit them because we believe it will bring benefit to Bahamians who are here. I want to provide a place where Dr. Godwin Higgs can actually work in the Bahamas. I want to provide a place where Laron Burrows can bring his talent and be paid in the Bahamas. But I can't do that unless I have those kinds of companies to come to the Bahamas. So what they said was they wanted to recruit companies who have workers with H-1B visas. So what does that mean for us? How do we go and recruit those companies to come? Well, the first thing they said you have to do is you have to create a visa program that would allow and attract those companies to come to the Bahamas. So we hear, and again, this is a statement that was made by Dr. Donovan Moxley, who heads our Technology Hub Committee. And he was interviewed in one of the dailies, and is quoted by saying, and I agree with him 100%. He says, what was tabled in Parliament, and he's speaking about this bill, is a way to jumpstart ambitions of Grand Bahama becoming a technology hub. He then also went ahead and said the BH-1B work visa was huge for the Bahamas, given the strong signal it sends to the industry and its highly skilled workforce. This isn't something the government is saying. This is something that who at that time who represented the private sector was saying. He then went ahead and said that we should take advantage of what was the reduction of the BH-1B visa or the H-1B visa in the States, and that was an opportunity for us to take advantage of. So, Madam President, I want to also refer you just real quickly to some parts, because the report is probably a bit too long, but I want to refer you to some parts of what the Tech Hub report said. You know, they spoke about the opportunities, and they spoke about what we should do as a government if we wanted to do this. Their first recommendation was to put in place the BH-1B visa program. That was their first recommendation. The second one was for us to go ahead and do a venture conference that was focused on cryptocurrency and fintech, which we did also. Their position was that they saw immediate opportunities for the Bahamas if we did and embarked upon this program. In fact, they called it the H-1B visa company relocation program. So in essence, we going after some of these companies to ask them and to promote to them and to encourage them to relocate some of their offices to the Bahamas. Now, why is that important? Because again, you hear all of this smudge. Why is this important? And again, I want you to bear in mind that this recommendation came from those folks who own their own tech companies. These came from the tech people themselves. So they said, if we are able to attract the major tech companies to come to the Bahamas, if we are able to do that, then yes, they will have to bring their talent to come. But if they bring their company and their talent, they also bring their opportunities as well. And here's why this is important. Again, they speak about the commercial enterprise, again, smudgy. Because none of them, not one of them in their speech about the commercial enterprise mentioned one very important section in the Commercial Enterprise Act, which mandates for before any company comes to the Bahamas, any company gets a certificate, they must provide a plan on how they will train and have a transfer of knowledge to Bahamians. But they don't want to talk about that. They're not going to talk about that. You know, they're not going to talk about that. You know, but they must provide a plan on how you will train Bahamians to take advantage of the opportunities. So, Madam President, one opportunity again that they said, well, why is this H-1B visa so important in the States? Well, the United States gives off about 85,000 H-1B visas in the States, about 85,000 countrywide. But in applications, in 2017, they had 199,000 applications. So they gave 85, and you know, they said when the 85, the cap was reached in 4 days. So quickly those applications were taken up. So there is an opportunity for companies. There is a need for companies who want to take advantage of this H-1B to say, come, set up, and again, we are not just telling, you know, and again, it's smudgy, because they're not going to tell you, it's not about just mass bringing people to come and take Bahamian jobs. It is about setting up a company that will be able to hire and provide opportunities for, and I'm hearing the comments, but I want to address in terms of saying that the Bahamians are going to be the only ones who clean the yard. And so I want to address that one, because there are things that we are doing today to get Bahamians ready for when those opportunities actually come. Because you are absolutely right. We cannot just go and attract companies to come unless we train the Bahamians first to be able to take advantage of the opportunities. You have to have two, and they must go hand in hand. And I would agree with you 100%, because if all you're going to do is bring in these high-tech companies and these high-tech jobs, and you don't provide an opportunity for Bahamians to be trained to be able to take advantage of it, then I agree, you can lose. So we must be able to provide Bahamians with the necessary training to be able to do so. Madam President, Ian Rule, President of the Grand Bahama Port Authority, he actually sits on the committee as well. And one of the things, again, that he said was he believes that this will be good for Grand Bahama. Again, private sector. Not just the government saying we should do this, but also the private sector saying, you know something, I've taken a look at this program, and I know that there's an opportunity for Bahamians and an opportunity for Freeport, Grand Bahama in this. And so yes, he went ahead in an article in one of the dailies and came out in support of the program. One of the things that I wanted to again highlight, you know, the former ministry, former government did a national development plan for the Bahamas, Vision 2040. And, you know, I was curious in looking at the national development plan with immigration and how they saw immigration in the national development plan. What did they see in terms of as the policy in the national immigration plan? And so I looked and I saw in 13, just the national development plan. And so I looked in section 13.7. And 13.7 said that one of the actions was to introduce an immigration policy review where the first objective is attracting high-skilled, entrepreneurial immigrants. Those who can assist building the economy in determined industries such as ICT, financial services, and innovating industries, etc. It's exactly what the BH-1B visa program is geared to do. It is exactly what it's geared to do. So and again, it says, the National Development Plan says to introduce an immigration policy review where the first objective is attracting, not keeping out, attracting high-skilled entrepreneurial immigrants. H-1B people. Immigrants. No, that don't say H-1B. No, I added that. Sorry, I added that. Let me make that clear. I added that. I added that. I added that. I added that. Those, and let me go back to the quote then, to be clear. Those who can assist building the economy in determined industries, such as ICT, which is exactly what the BH-1B visa is going after. ICT. Exactly. Information, communication, and technology. It is the exact vision, exact plan. It is the thing that we are going after. Now, you could argue that, you know, you shouldn't do it this way. You shouldn't do it that way. You know, I'll do it this way. But don't tell me that we off. Don't tell me that our intention is wrong. Don't tell me that the policy that this legislation is based on is wrong. It is not. Because it is the same policy that was put in the National Development Plan.
The PLD's national development.
It said, and it also said, the outputs. A new, clear, focused immigration policy. The target for the number of work permits by type. So you're going after the type. And then it says additional criteria for permanent residency and incentives associated with family island development. The outcomes is highly skilled population, increased knowledge and best practices transferred to Bahamians. It is the exact, and you know, and they smudge it because they say, oh, you know, ain't nothing get transferred to no Bahamians. Ain't nothing going to educate Bahamians with this. But it is exactly the outcome that the national policy spoke about. Increased knowledge and best practices transferred to Bahamians. How are they going to be transferred for the Bahamians? For people immigrants who are highly skilled to come in so it could be transferred directly to Bahamians. That's what this is about. And then it said, for increased economic growth. So when they talk about the economic growth that could happen as a result of the BH-1B, they're all talking foolishness about any economic growth. Ain't no economic growth coming here. Well, that's exactly what was in the National Development Plan. Madam President, you know, they speak about the they speak about the they speak about, and I want to find the location, Madam President. They speak about the transfer of knowledge, and that all Bahamians are only going to do this, and Bahamians are only going to work in the yard, Bahamians are going to only do this, and Bahamians are only going to do this. Madam President, one of the things that this government did, and I credit the Prime Minister for it because it was his brainchild in doing it, was to create through the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute a technology program that focused on high school students. So we took 100 out of Nassau and 50 out of Grand Bahama. And these weren't 12th graders, but these were 9th grade high schoolers. Because what was envisioned was that every summer they would take certain college and BTVI courses so that by the time they graduate, they would actually be ICT trained by the time they graduate. We got a report, Madam President, on the students. And I want to just say, but again, because, you know, if these companies come, Bahamians go only, you know, open their door, and Bahamians going to do this and Bahamians going to do that. But I want you to know what the 9th grade students were doing in this ICT course. 9th grade students were doing introduction to Python development. They were doing introduction to website development, JavaScript, wow, HTML. They were doing introduction to cybersecurity. They were doing introduction to IoT. They were doing CompTIA IT fundamental certification. So they got, at the end of their summer, a number of them got CompTIA certifications in certain areas. They did introduction to Java. They got Java, Microsoft certifications at the end of the 9th grade. They were doing configuring PC hardware, laptops, and other mobile devices, cybersecurity essentials. And then you want to know how these kids did? Bahamian kids. They got a pass rate of over 85%. 85%. 9th grade. And we are not supposed to work our butts off to try and bring opportunities for these kids? We must do all we can to provide opportunities at home for these talented kids. We cannot just sit back and say to these kids that yes, you're talented. Yes, you could be the best in the world. But if you're the best in the world, you got to work in Silicon Valley. You got to work in Texas. You got to work in New York. We must do everything that we possibly can do to bring opportunities for these kids to work home here in the Bahamas. And that is what this BH-1B visa does. It is about bringing companies who will provide those opportunities for these kids to be able to work and have the opportunities to do it. So that, Madam President, is what this is all about. Madam President, as I sort of just take a wrap up, the last point that I wanted to raise was with respect to the section 32 of the bill. And I just wanted to raise a couple of points with respect to 32. And I understand the points that Senator Henfield raised. But I want to say a couple of points on this. Again, from the opposition, smudge. 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 You know when you're driving in a car and then all you see is mud on the front there and you can't see clearly? Smudge. Madam President, the bill specifically limits the persons who do not require a work permit to enter the country for the period of 14 days. It limits the persons who will be exempted from getting a work permit. So all of this business about will it affect fishermen? Will it affect this one? The masses are going to come. Everybody going to come to work. The bill specifically limits the persons and circumstances that will apply when you do not need to get a work permit. So this is no mass allowing people to come in for 14 days. This is no mass allowing professions to come in and work for 14 days. It is very specific if you read the bill.
You can't read.
No, I won't go as far as to say that. No. They're very talented readers.
I can take it to it slow.
Two, the specific activities are listed in the bill, so you don't have to go no place else to guess. All you have to do is read the bill to say what are the circumstances that you can come into where you don't get a work permit. And I want to be very clear on this, because again, I don't know, I don't recall. They may have done it once or twice, but I don't recall. But read the actual wordings of the bill. It says, here are the activities that you must qualify for in order not to get a work permit. Which means, if you are not within these four, you're breaking the law. If you are not fulfilling one of these four, then immigration should come and lock you up and fine you right away. If you are not within one of these four. So let's be clear. The first one, in order for you to not get a work permit, is attending a conference or seminar as a participant. Madam President, I don't know of any of us who will say that if you come to the Bahamas for a conference as a participant, that you have to get a work permit. Because if that's the case, then every church conference, every tech conference, every business conference, every medical conference, tell every one of them before you come and sit in my hotel, go to immigration and pick up your work permit to participate in this. Why? Imagine, Madam President, Dell is, as a result of our trip to Texas, Dell had made the commitment that they are going to bring their conference to the Bahamas. Their president's conference they were going to bring to the Bahamas. This conference, this conference will bring 1,500 of their employees to the Bahamas. So I must tell Dell That 1,500 of y'all go line up the immigration and get your work permit before you come and stay in Bahamas. Oh, you got to be joking. You got to be joking. You have got to be joking. I must tell Dale that. That make any sense? It makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. None. That's A. That's A.
Excuse me, senators, please.
Don't get mad. Just read the bill. Get mad. A.
It's right there, black and white.
A. Let's go to B. B. Attending a trade show or summit, excluding the organizers. So if you're organizing it, go get your work permits. But if you attending the trade show or summit, you fine. Come. Now if you come and you want work, go. No. You breaking the law. If you come and you want to sit down in the summit and then go work in the office half day, no, you breaking the law. All this says is to come to attend a summit or trade show. And then C, that's A and B. I can't see anybody having a problem with A and B. C, working as a non-executive director of a business being carried on in the Bahamas. Now I understand there's some issue with the word working. I follow you on that. I disagree though that this is a problem. Because when I understand or when I think about what a non-executive director does, the non-executive director does not work in the day-to-day business of the company. He's not an employee of the company. So he works in his capacity as an executive director. But okay. You might say, wait, okay. But where is the mischief in that? If you allow a director who is not working for the company, who is not competing for Bahamian jobs, because if anything, he was appointed a director outside the country. He wasn't competing with Bahamians to get the directorship in the first place. So a non-executive director who just comes to speak about policy, speaks about advisory positions with respect to the company. If you come into the Bahamas in the capacity as a non-executive director to deal with the company, and all you're doing is just dealing with the advisory parts of that company, and you are not working in the day-to-day business, because most of the Bahamians will be working in the day-to-day business, okay, I'm fine with that. And then that's 3 out of the 4. The 4th one, and this is where I think we get a little nervous, but I don't think we should get nervous on this 4th one. Because the 4th one says, attending a business meeting with a local company in the capacity of. So let's just break that down just a second. If this said, coming to the Bahamas in the capacity of, I would say, yeah, you got a point. But it says attending a business meeting in the capacity of. So the only thing this limit, again, smudgy. The only thing this speaks to is someone attending a business meeting. Not working, but attending a business meeting. So if you're a lawyer for one of the local, one of the international companies that might have a presence here, and you come here to attend a business meeting, you fine. But if you're a lawyer and you come to do the title search, and you come to do the office work, and you come to try and go to court, and you come to try and do this and do that, you breaking the law. But if all you come to do is to attend a business meeting and go home, you fine. That's what this bill speaks to. And so it says, attending a business meeting with a local company in the capacity of, yes, it says chairman, yes, it says director, it says shareholder, it says consultant, it says legal counsel, compliance, accountant, yes, it says all of that. But above all of that, attending a business meeting. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all. And you know, here in my view, Madam President, here is the mischief, because we always ask ourselves, sort of, when you put in place legislation, what's the mischief that you're trying to fix? What's the problem that you're trying to fix? And the Attorney General raised it earlier. You know, I one of the things that I say is that we cannot shoot ourselves in the foot. We cannot shoot ourselves in the foot. What do I mean by that? I mean, we cannot go out there and say that we are promoting Grand Bahama. We can't say that we are trying to bring investment to Grand Bahama. We can't say that we're trying to bring investment to the Bahamas. And when investors come, we lock them up in immigration. You know, and it was again alluded to, and I don't want to give any, because I don't want to give any specific details, but it was an airline company. And you know, one of our problems is that we need airlift to Grand Bahama. This was the hurtful thing about it. We need airlift to Grand Bahama. We need airlift. I mean, one of the things that we dying for in Grand Bahama is more airlift. And an airline company manager who was responsible for bringing the airlift there comes off the plane, and they lock him up. What you doing here? Where your work permit? You know, and here's the thing. They did all of this, and then imagine how the person feels, because how the person feels is they are, when they come, if you want me to come, why you treat me the way you are treating me? We had again a well-known, I mean, he is known to both sides, well-known, been in the country for years, lived in the country at one point, who is the chairman of one of the largest industrial companies in Freeport, who comes here to attend what? A business meeting.
That's all he came for.
He came to attend a business meeting, and he is held up in the airport for hours. Why? So, Madam President, as I wrap up, this bill is about opportunities. This bill is about providing jobs. And you know, I close by what Senator Sawyer said. The three E's. It is about providing empowerment. It is about providing employment and providing entrepreneurship. Empowerment, employment, and entrepreneurship. That is what this bill is all about. Madam President, I not only support this bill, but I wholeheartedly support this bill. And I encourage all senators to do the same, to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Jamal Moss.
Give him the knuckle punch.
Madam President, I want to say thank you so much for recognizing me today in this honorable house. And before I give my contribution, I would like to send a shout out to all the mothers, whether they are residing in Crooked Island, Aucklands, Mayaguana, Long Key, Inagua, Exuma, and the Keys, Long Island, Cat Island, San Salvador, Ragged Island, Rum Key, North and South Lutra, Harbor Island, the Albacores, North, Central, and South Andros, the Berry Islands, North and South Bimini, Nassau, and also the entire Grand Bahama. A happy Mother's Day. I would also like to send a happy Mother's Day to my mummy, who passed away when I was a young boy. A happy Mother's Day, and I will not stop. My mummy, who was a God-fearing woman, would love to be here today to watch her baby boy stand in Parliament to speak up for the less fortunate and the youth of our nation. Madam President, I want to again thank the Father above for his mercies, for allowing me to see another day to be here in this honorable place to serve the Bahamian people and to speak on behalf of them. I want to publicly congratulate the Bahamas government for doing its part in turning around the Bahamas economy from the lowest levels to the levels that we all can see a brighter future. I would also like to thank the Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Hubert Minnis, for affording me this opportunity to serve in the capacity as an honorable senator, to be a voice for the common man. Madam President, before I go into my contribution, I also would like to congratulate and thank both the BCPOU and also the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas for having such a peaceful negotiations, a mature negotiations. We had no issues, no threats of strikes, none whatsoever. And I'm also glad to be a part of that team. So I want to tip my hat off to the BCPOU and the Broadcasting Corporation for a peaceful and mature negotiation. Madam President, today we are debating the immigration bill. This bill is very clear as it is outlined in the document. It is here today to amend the Chapter 191 of the Immigration Bill to provide for the BH-1B work visa and the BH-4S permit, amongst other things, to cause the commercial enterprise bill to be more attractive to the type of enterprises and new companies to come to the Bahamas, primarily Grand Bahama. Madam President, the Bahamas knows that during the election, the F&M party promised the people of Grand Bahama, after being intentionally neglected by the PLP government, that if we were given a chance to govern, that we will truly focus on fixing and securing Grand Bahama's future for the long term. Ever since the F&M won the hearts and trust of the Bahamian people and took over the government, the record is clear and shows night come after day that this government, this F&M government, is working to clean out the mess left by the PLP administration, and in return, the F&M is incrementally building a sound and stable foundation to ensure that the people of Grand Bahama have a positive economic future. But sadly, the PLP administration, who has had a proven record of using Bahamians, and particularly Grand Bahamians, as potcakes when they want their vote, and once they get it, they kick them to the curb. Miserably, they are back at it again, bringing fear, racism, and lies to the Bahamian people. Madam President, if we are going to compete or keep up with the world, we must be ready. This sector is very lucrative and can positively assist the Bahamas. Bahamians have been crying out that our economy needs to be diversified. Bahamians continue to say that we don't just need to have tourism and banking as a way to make a comfortable living, but instead look at new sectors that have the potential to bring jobs for a lasting future. This, in my view, is another way to diversify the economy. Madam President, I really had no intentions of speaking to this bill because The bill, in my view, is straightforward as to what it intends to do, and it is here to help create a new market for the Bahamas, which Bahamians, particularly Grand Bahamians, can benefit from. Grand Bahama is now going after new additional sectors that have proven around the world to be very beneficial and lucrative to their local economy by bringing education, jobs, and attractive paying salaries, which Bahamians, especially the young people, can greatly benefit. But it seems as though the PLP party, who told Grand Bahama back in the day to either bend or break because they were going to F&M, is now trying to stop every good thing that can help rescue Grand Bahama, contribute some form of confidence to their economy, build a hopeful future, and the list goes on. I am beyond convinced that the PLP doesn't like Grand Bahama and instead want them to suffer even more, all because they voted F&M.
Wow.
Madam President, every incremental step we took to help Grand Bahama in the last 2 years, well, in this 2 years of governance, the PLP criticized, voted against, and cried loom and gloom, all because they don't want Grand Bahama to succeed, especially under an F&M government. In 2017, the government introduced the Commercial Enterprise Bill, which is designed to attract new, innovative jobs for Bahamians, especially young Grand Bahamians. But this PLP cussed up a storm, put out false narratives in the House over there, and especially over here, and even injected the fear factor. They even, Madam President, can you control that side, please? To get another hand. They even went as far to warn local and international.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'm saying that the side over here is getting another hand, Madam President.
The chair.
Sorry,
The
Madam
chair.
Like I said, they even went as far to warn local and international investors that when they are elected, they will repeal the bill and kill it. In other words, they don't give two hoots how many Bahamians are benefiting from it. They're going to kill it. But that's the PLP way, you know. If it doesn't benefit them, they will kill it.
Yeah.
If they can't get a piece of the pie, they can kill it. If they can't have the young people depending on them, they will kill it. And we all know the PLP is about pushing that socialism agenda. If it will empower Bahamians, especially young people, with knowledge, job opportunities, promising future, building a stronger middle class, and a chance for Bahamians to give their children and family a better lifestyle of living, the PLP will do all in its power to kill it. While I'm still on the commercial enterprise topic, what they don't want you to know is that months later, official reports coming in locally and internationally revealing that the bill is starting to pay off positive dividends for the island of Grand Bahama. The same island they said will not benefit from it. The same island who they said will not find jobs, etc. Where are those voices? Where are those voices, Madam President?
No.
Madam President, this administration is taking bold steps to improve the economy of Grand Bahama. This government believes in Grand Bahama. This government is willing to go all the way just to see Grand Bahama get stronger. This government is fighting to see more people working, especially young people, in Grand Bahama. This government wants to allow industries to come here, bring in the expertise to train Grand Bahamians so that they can eventually take over. But the opposition has a strong appetite to try to stop all that. But we won't let them have that way, Madam President. We can guarantee the Bahamian people that. Madam President, this bill speaks about giving persons a biometric card, which will, in my view, help strengthen the security as it relates to our immigration issues. For those who don't know the biometric card, the biometric will have a legal migrant's biographic details such as the name, date, and place of birth. And the biometric information will consist of the facial information and the fingerprints. and it shows their immigration status and entitlements while they are here for a specified time. Madam President, the BH-1B is for those who are looking to either bring their businesses here in the Bahamas, as well as seeking to lawfully employ certain levels with that business pursuant to the act already passed by the Commercial Enterprise Bill. The BH-4S visa is simply designed to ensure that the spouse or dependent of the BH-1B visa holder is for them to attend schools here in the Bahamas while their loved one is working. This is only fair. This is only right. This is only moral, and it goes what Bahamians represent, and that is respect for rule, decency, and order. Madam President, for those who do not know Silicon Valley in the southern San Francisco Bay Area of California is home to many startup and global technology companies. For example, like Apple, Facebook, Intel, Netflix, NVIDIA, Oracle, Visa, Wells Fargo, and Google are among the most prominent. It is also the site of technology-focused institutions centered around Palo Alto's Stanford University. The Computer History Museum and NASA Research Center are all in Mountain View. The Tech Museum of Innovation is in San Jose. According to the U.S. Guardian, April 29, 2019 edition, it reported that if Silicon Valley were a country, it could be amongst the richest on the earth. Let me say that again. If Silicon Valley were a country, it would be amongst the richest on the earth. With $128,308 per capita in annual gross domestic product, Silicon Valley residents outproduce almost every nation on the planet, cranking out $128,308 per capita in annual gross domestic product, GDP. Residents in California's tech belt outproduce almost every nation on the planet. The Valley's output pegged at $275 billion by the Federal Bureau of Economic Analysts is higher than Finland's. So, Madam President, can you imagine the Bahamas just getting a piece of that Silicon Valley to come to the Bahamas? Let's use Grand Bahama. Come to Grand Bahama, just a little portion of that. Can you imagine the amount of GDP that we could be generating for Bahamians? Can you imagine the output that could be pegged to that? You can imagine we could just get, let's say, about $1 billion, Senator Thompson. Why are we trying to stop this? Why are we trying to stop growth? Why are we trying to stop opportunities? This is what the world is moving into, technology. And we are trying to prepare the Bahamas for the future. Madam President, with this amendment, the Bahamas can benefit tremendously if we can create our own version of the Silicon Valley. We see how other big players around the world are doing extremely well by attracting these tech giants to their country. So why not think out of the box and turn Grand Bahama into a Silicon Valley outside the United States? Why can't why can't the Bahamas become the premier Silicon Valley of the Caribbean? Think big. Think big. That's the possibilities. Why is it because the status quo, primarily the PLP, doesn't want Grand Bahama to benefit from this positive initiative? Is it because the status quo wants Grand Bahama to suffer, to continue to suffer? Or is it because they want Grand Bahama to continue, according to the PLP, to bend or break? Madam President, Grand Bahama has the infrastructure, land mass, every possible ingredient for this to be successful and lucrative. So I ask the question again, why? Why is the opposition still trying to hold back Grand Bahama? Why is the opposition trying to keep Grand Bahama in the slums? Why is the opposition trying to keep the hand and neck chains on Grand Bahama? Aren't we all Bahamians? Don't we want other islands to succeed and be prosperous? Don't we want other islands to have a stronger and vibrant economy? Don't we want the young people, especially those who have that knack for technology, to be allowed to do something positive, make money, grow an industry via promotions, grow in the industry via promotions and knowledge, and to make positive contributions to their islands? I say to the PLP, stop your foolishness and let my people go. Madam President, according to the American media courts, Silicon Valley has been approved and will soon get their own stock market. According to this report, the U.S. will soon have a new stock exchange. Government watchdogs have approved this application for long-term stock exchange, the LTSE, a trading platform backed by prominent Silicon Valley names. The company says its rules are meant to reward investments and business strategies that focus on long term. Let me say it again. The company says its rules are meant to reward investments and business strategies that focus on long term. LTSE was given the go-ahead by the Securities and Exchange Commission to become a national stock exchange, which will allow it to conduct listings and operate as a venue for buying and selling shares. And I quote Mr. Rise, we are, who's also the CEO, we are building a market where companies are rewarded for choosing to innovate, to invest in their employees, and to seed, I know I have a tight tongue, so the word is S-E-E-D, to seed future growth. This is the LTSE CEO, Mr. Eric Rice, saying that. So imagine the Bahamas version of the Silicon Valley on this new stock market. Can you imagine what that will do? Do you know how much exposure this will additionally give the Bahamas? Do you know how much middle class and high-end jobs can be created for Bahamians? Y'all better stop joking on this road, you know. Madam President, what deeply saddens me is that the fact that the PLP wants to enact the race card in this bill. They want to again create this false narrative that foreigners, particularly the white man, is coming over to take your jobs. This is utter foolishness. The PLP condemn, I condemn the PLP in the strongest terms for willfully and intentionally misleading Bahamians and playing this race card. The opposition claim we are opening the floodgates. We are going to wash away every job held by Bahamians and allow the foreigners to have them. Well, according to the lie detector, that was a lie.
Yeah.
The opposition also claimed that this bill will destroy the bedrock of the Bahamanization. Well, the lie detector determined that was a lie. The opposition said the same thing back in 1996, 1997, claiming that the FNM brought Saul Kirshner and Atlantis to wipe out Bahamian jobs, destroy the Bahamanization, there goes that word again, and enslave black Bahamians back to slavery days, and even if they are elected back to office again, they will close down Atlantis. Well, according to the lie detector, that was a lie.
That was a lie.
This is now 2019, and Atlantis is still here after 2 PLP administrations. That same Atlantis is responsible for employing thousands of Bahamians and strengthening the middle class. Promoting Bahamians after being properly trained in that sector to move up the ranks of the institution. Look at the casinos. One time ago, it was about 70 to 80% foreigners. Now we got over 95% Bahamians working as casino workers, cashiers, managers, executives, and the list goes on. That was the plan and vision of the FNM then, and that's what the FNM is now trying to create in Grand Bahama. A market where Bahamians who are eager to work and learn. This bill, according to 32A of the Principal Act, will only allow persons who are applying for the positions of chairman, director, shareholder, chief executive officer, chief operating officer, chief financial officer, consultant, and the list goes on. Madam President, well, before I go on that, Madam President, the Commercial Enterprise Bill clearly states is that if Bahamians who want to open up their tech hub, tech business, and they want to partner with a foreigner, we welcome that. This bill is not just for foreigners. This bill is also for Bahamians who want to do it by themselves or who want to do it with a foreigner. So we're not excluding nobody. We're not cutting out the Bahamians. No, we're not. As a matter of fact, we are encouraging Bahamians to get more involved. So, Madam President, this bill is not a contentious one, but instead it became contentious because the opposition used and abused their parliamentary position and authority just to try to distract from the FNM's 2 years of fruitful governance. This was well calculated, but thankfully, Bahamians are now focused again and are seeing the truth for themselves. I support every initiative to help Grand Bahama back on their feet. I will do nothing to hold it back from possible fruitful opportunities. I will do nothing to hold back Grand Bahama. I will do nothing to hold back my fellow young people when it comes to something positive as jobs, pay, and future worth living for. I call on the PLP to do away with the fair tactics, the racial slurs, and the socialism agenda. I call on you to be better than this and instead support this government to bring new opportunities for Bahamians across the Bahamas, but especially Grand Bahama. My fellow Bahamians, Madam President, colleagues, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Asmani. Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Fred Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just remind, no, not for me, I don't need, those who've been trying to, in the minister's words, smudge the debate by raising this issue of race, that as far as I'm aware, the only persons who raised race in this debate were the people from the Free National Movement. And I didn't know that race was an issue. I didn't know race was an issue. Still call it that. Still call it that. And you know, I suppose I could draw the same conclusion because there was a man who's now Prime Minister, when he was trying to become leader of the Free National Movement, said that he wasn't going to let Bay Street stop him from becoming leader of the Free National Movement. I remember that campaign. So what was that? What was that? What was that? Right, okay, all right. So don't come talking that stuff to me on that point, yeah, but on that point, no, don't bring that. Don't bring that. No, don't try that one. Don't try that one. When he said Bay Street, we know exactly what he meant. When he said Bay Street, we know exactly what he meant. We know exactly what he meant. No, I'm not speculating. I'm not speculating. So I say again, the only people who put race in this debate is the Free National Movement. And I recall that there was a gentleman who's now the Prime Minister who said he was not going to let Bay Street stop him from getting to the job he now has.
Loretta was his opponent.
Yeah. I understand all of that. I all understand that. But you know, the other thing I would say is this. Pat Raming had a song. You know, it goes 8 pieces, 6 and 4. Yeah. And 6 and 4, 8 pieces. You don't even know the horse track song, man. 8 pieces, 6 and 4. I ain't gonna work no more. One of the things he said in that was, if you are serious, you got to have 2 dream books, man. Not 1 dream book. Yeah. If you only got 1 dream book, you're serious. So right now, all I say to Senator Moss is, you only got 1 dream book, man. You're serious. You only got 1 dream book. Anyhow, I want to make it clear what's been said by other colleagues. We cannot support the bill. We will, if the amendment we plan to offer is not accepted, vote against this bill. The starting point is that the bill facilitates the Commercial Enterprises Act. We oppose the Commercial Enterprises Act, and since this is facilitating the Commercial Enterprises Act, we are acting consistently with that vote, and we will vote against this bill. Secondly, we will be asking for, if the government leader does not ask for, we will be asking for a recorded vote so that it is clear who voted for what. And we, having heard what was said during the course of the debate, we'll be very interested to see who is here, who has gone to the bathroom, and who has abstained. And you know, when the recorded vote is called for, I think the presiding officer is supposed to search the precincts to find hiding members and say, come out, wherever you are. We want to know which side of the wall you're on. And ain't no standing on the wall in here. No standing on the wall. Choose you this day which side you are on. That's the advice you gave. So that's the second thing. Thirdly, insofar as it has been said by members that it is our proposal to, upon becoming the government, repeal this act and repeal the Commercial Enterprises Act as well. And it's never a bad time to do a good thing. Never a bad time to do a good thing. And you know, we've done it before. The Free National Movement, wrongly in our view, passed an act to limit the tenure of the Commissioner of Police to 2 5-year terms, and we promised we would remove it, and we did. The then Right Honorable Prime Minister promised on the beach at Clifton that if Clifton were converted, we would repeal it, and when we came to office, we set aside the plans and ensured that Clifton is now in perpetuity in Bahamian hands. So it's been done before. And as to the arguments by Senator Clay Sweeting about fishing, I think the other side missed the point.
We know the point. The point is to smudge it up.
No, the point is not to smudge it up. It's a very clear point.
Exactly the point.
It's a very clear point. And since you say it's, let me make it clear if I can. The fishing sector is concerned because there used to be a rule, a policy, whatever you want to call it, that said that work permits would not be granted to non-Bahamians on Bahamian fishing boats. That was the policy, the rule. The question fishermen are asking now is, given this government's policy position with regard to immigration, is this the thin edge of the wedge, where these protections will be loosened not only in the sectors that we're now debating, but also in the fishing sector? That's the issue we're seeking to have you answer. And that's the point. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. Good. And we'll listen raptly and attentively. And I also want to make some drafting points about this bill. I heard the explanation of the minister in answer to Senator Henfield, in answer to the points made by the senators on this side, about the provision in the bill which allows people to come in for 14 days at these so-called meetings, meetings of the board. Now, my understanding of the way it works now is that this is administratively done by the Department of Immigration today. So if you are a non-executive director, if you are the chairman of the board, and you want to come in for a board meeting, and you have some anxiety about that, then you can write a letter to the director, and it is approved in advance once you land. So, no issue. I don't know that there's a mischief to cure. Secondly, the issue of the discretion of an immigration officer. Regardless of whatever you pass here, whatever law you pass here, the immigration officer will still have the authority to say no at the border. So I'm not certain that if this is the mischief you're curing, I'm not sure that this is the mechanism to do so. If a rogue immigration officer is the issue you're trying to cure, then it has to do with the education and training of immigration officers. That's the issue. Because passing an act, and the F&M does this all the time, they confuse activity with action. Because I pass an act, that this is suddenly going to magically change everything. When in fact, these things are better left done administratively. And I was looking at Section 45 of the Principal Act. And that Principal Act says, the minister may make regulations for carrying out this act into effect, and in particular without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing power, for any or all of the following purposes. A, prescribing anything which is to be done or may be prescribed under this act. Well, you need a statute for. If you have, and then Immigration Act was amended before to also allow for the minister to give a policy statement, which is a direction which is binding on immigration officers and the director. So you all have the mechanism to deal with this without having to do with the statute. Right. Now, and so you think you have, I think we have most people would not, if you're talking about, I think the act says, or the bill says, 32 in section clause 4, where it creates this new 32A, no person is required to obtain a work visa or short-term work visa if that person enters the Bahamas for the purpose of engaging in any activity listed in subsection 2 for a period not exceeding 14 days, and the activity is only activity which that person is so engaged. And then it says, the activities referred to in subsection 1 are attending or conference or seminar as a participant, excluding the organizer of such conference or seminar. And then it goes down to D. Attending a business meeting with a local company in the capacity of chairman, director, shareholder, chief executive officer, chief operating officer, chief financial officer. Okay, so that's 6. Now let's see what your own proposed amendment said. Okay, right. So up to 6, it looks like there was you could have some kind of agreement. But here's where it seems to go off the rails. Next, 7, consultant, legal counsel, compliance officer, accountant, auditor, actuary, medical professional, controller, analyst, or manager. And again, what the society is saying, whether you hear it or not, what the society is saying is the thin edge of the wedge, that this is subject to abuse. Consultant is too wide. Legal counsel means lawyers. Compliance officer, accountant, auditor, actuary, medical professional, controller, analyst, or manager. And it says no person is required if that person enters for the purpose of engaging in any activity listed for the period not exceeding 14 days, and the activity is the only activity in which that person is so engaged. And then it says, working as a non-executive director of a business being carried on the Bahamas, which such person is not involved in the day-to-day operations, but visiting only in the capacity of a non-executive director only. Now, one of the issues I was having is this. A lot was turning on the fact that people are engaged or not making their money here in the Bahamas. And so one would have thought that they do not come within the definition of being engaged in gainful occupation. Not being engaged in gainful occupation. But the Principal Act defines engaged in gainful occupation means subject to any exceptions which may be prescribed. A, to take and continue in any employment, to practice any profession, to carry on any trade, or to engage in business, or to engage in such other form of occupation as may be prescribed where such employment profession is practiced, carried on, or engaged in either directly or indirectly for reward, profit, or gain. And the fact that, and I've always maintained this as Minister for Immigration, when I was Minister of Immigration, the fact that someone comes here and is not earning the money or not being paid here does not mean that he's not gainfully employed. So he's getting a salary, he comes here, he sits, he advises, he's being paid for it. The fact that he's sitting in Nassau doesn't mean that he's not gainfully employed here. He is here. You look at the law. Look at the law. Just go with the statute. Go and look at the statute. Look at the statute. Look at the statute. So all I'm saying is the Immigration Act says it. The Immigration Act says it. And then you must have been, your side must have been a little nervous itself.
That's why we needed an act to change this.
Your side must have been a little nervous itself because just before this bill was supposed to come before the Parliament, starting in the House below, the leader of opposition business was provided with an amendment from your side. And the amendment said, well, I don't know who it was rejected by.
I'm telling you.
Okay, well, you'll speak to that. But I just wanted the public to know that here was their own amendment, all typed up nicely on the way they do these things in the other place. Session 2017, Bill number 78, Immigration Amendment Bill. Amendments to be moved by a member of the government. Clause 4, amendment to be made. In paragraph D of subclause 2 of the new subclause 32A, delete paragraphs 7 through 16. I can't remember my Latin. 7 through 16. The very category that we're now saying is the problem. So obviously, somebody was concerned on your side about this issue to go to the point of actually drafting this and circulating it to us. And then, of course, on the Wednesday morning, we said, nope. The cabinet decided, and the minister for immigration got up and moved his bill in the House.
Move the government's bill.
Whoever's bill. And so, all right, the government's bill, moved by the Minister of Immigration, you know, the wonderful member for St. Anne's, who, yes, is the responsible minister, responsible indeed. But you know, there's a very favorite movie I like. I watch it sometimes twice a week. Good on politics, you know. It says it's called The Lion in Winter.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, you remember that, right? And they're all gathered at Christmas time, and Henry of Anjou is saying how, you know, he's going to capture that province and this province and the next province, and young King Philip says, you know, well, take that province, take that province, you won't hold it long. You haven't got long left. I'll soon get it back. So we say, pass that bill, pass whatever bill you want. But well, you won't have it your joy long. We'll soon get it back.
Okay.
And we have an obligation. We have an obligation. That's right. Spring is eternal. We have an obligation. The serious point, on behalf of the Bahamian public, to make the point that this bill is ill-conceived. It is not in the interests of the Bahamian public. It is not something that should garner the wider support of the Bahamian public because it is injurious to the interests of Bahamians. Try as you might, and I thought it was quite ingenious, because we all sat here and said, now, what are they going to come up with now? Because you know they're catching hell on the streets over this, right? And it was quite ingenious. You know, it must be that LSE degree to come up with, this is helping to save the financial services sector. Could you have thought of anything as good as that? But the public, well, no, but the public's not fooled by that. Not in one way, shape, or form. The last defense for this country is immigration. And the people of this country want you to guard this country. Yep. Anything you want to resolve, you can resolve by administrative mechanisms. Yep. The issue of how fast things are processed and not processed, that's all administrative. That has to do with efficiencies. You can deal with that. But do not, I warn you, as they say in Jamaica, I beg you, you know, I beg you, be careful, be careful.
I like that accent.
Yeah? Yeah. I can try it some more. But serious point, be careful.
Yep.
Lastly, the minister said that he would address this. But I want to say that I found a spirit of deja vu. Recently, when I read my newspapers, and there was this report of a certain hearing that took place on immigration matters in Jamaica before a panel known as the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Some of the statements were most extraordinary, and I have had the advantage, I suppose, of being the object of this kind of whittling misinformation concocted by people who, in my view, do not have the best interests of this country at heart, and who spread vicious and false propaganda about what is actually going on in the country with regard to immigration matters. The way that we conduct our immigration affairs is often, or those who criticize the way immigration is conducted generally, seem always to successfully get these folk overseas to confuse the individual statements and actions of individual actors with the official position of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So as a former minister who dealt with this before, I want to say that the government must be most resolute in denouncing any such denunciation of our country based on what I saw in the press, and to hold their ground in this matter. I hope so, because, you know, the Free National Movement can sometimes equivocate. There should be no equivocation. You know, they are not our friends. And while one appreciates that there has to be a battle for human rights, the society is open and transparent. We've always said, if you want to come and look and visit and see whatever you want to see, but they never take up the opportunity. But at all these opportunities they have, they seem to want to denounce our country. I never stood for it, and I think you should not stand for it as well. But on this bill, we must divide. And we will be asking for a recorded vote. As we say, it is not in the interest, we think, of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And we are not convinced by any of the arguments that have been made, ingenious as they are. We are unconvinced. And we want to say to you as a final line, please understand every part of what nay means today. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Carl Bethel.
Madam President, let me first congratulate all colleague senators on the quality of their presentations and on the thought and even the philosophy that lies behind it. I think that we have had essentially a very good philosophical debate and a legal debate. Let me say to the leader opposite, as the Apostle Paul said famously, let every man be persuaded by his own opinion. But before I do, I will say this: we may have a division on what we do to develop our country. There is no division and no difference in what is necessary to be done to defend our country against injurious, unfair, defamatory, and untrue attacks in whatever fora they occur. What is especially offensive is that that same commission had been invited by the former government in 2014 to come to the Bahamas to see for themselves and never took up the invitation. And apparently said it was lost somewhere in the file and they'd forgotten or didn't recollect. And the invitation was repeated again. You know, I would wish for, you know, a properly worded statement, but I want to assure the Bahamian people that on this issue, the Bahamas will not be ordered about, will not be cajoled, will not have its constitution denigrated by anybody. We are in international organizations such as the OAS and its various agencies by our sovereign consent. Participation in the deliberations of the Commission on Human Rights, and all these are by a special agreement within that agreement. We didn't have to sign on. We signed on because we are responsible. And if people make responsible suggestions to us in a responsible and respectful way, we're prepared to listen and look at them. But we will not be dictated to on matters that are fundamental to this country. There is not a country on earth that will mortgage off its right to control its own borders. You may as well sign up to be a client state. And so the Bahamian people can rest assured that this government will fully, thoroughly, completely, and comprehensively defend the sovereignty of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas against all who would challenge it. And as they say in America, foreign or domestic, we will defend the sovereignty of the Bahamas and the right of the Bahamian people to chart their own destiny in matters that are fundamental to their constitution and to their constitutional expectations and their constitutional rights and protections. We will, in due course, put out a properly, you know, diplomatically, whatever worded statement, something to send to them to indicate that we feel that they may have gone a little too far in some of the rhetoric that was exchanged across the table. I'm not sure if it's the appropriate actions of a commission to invite people to sue their own government. I'm not sure that that's quite within the limits of what, but let us deal with it at that level in the appropriate way. I just want to assure the Bahamian people they need not fear that this government, or in fact any other government of the Bahamas, is ever going to give grounds on something as fundamental as the right to Bahamian citizenship under our Constitution. On this issue, you know, when I hear PLPs talking to me about fishing and rights of fishermen, I have to laugh. I remember the Korean fishing boats scandal. PLPs selling out Bahamian fisheries. All the Sydney Stubbs and them and others who served in the cabinet, ready to sign a deal for Koreans to come here. They had the boats out there in Andros, right there in Morgan's Bluff. Line right off. Line right off. That's not true, eh? Deny that they had an arrangement. Deny that they were having a discussion. Deny that, okay, fine, don't deny it then. Yes. Yeah,
We
that's
cannot,
okay.
senators, we cannot have two senators cannot be standing.
Then, so it's not going to happen. So what happened now that was the first Perry Christie government. What happened in the last one? I believe there was an arrangement now it was to be the Chinese fishing boats.
That too is false. Also false.
False? It's false because you all got caught red-handed.
Senators, may I
by the
remind
Bahamian
you
people,
that two
and
senators
they
ought
shut you
not
down.
be on the floor.
They shut you down. They shut you down. They shut you
Senator.
down. You were selling
Senator
out our
Mitchell,
fisheries.
you have not
want
been
to talk about
recognized.
self-fisheries?
Please,
You
please,
want to talk about that?
please.
Y'all want to talk about who's going to sell out Bahamian fisheries? Two PLP administrations in a row, Koreans and Chinese, were entering arrangements with foreign persons.
What is the point? What is the point of order?
False.
What is the point of order?
Then he's giving misleading and false information to the Senate.
The Minister of Agriculture at that time was one Mr. Gray, V. Alfred Gray, and he acknowledged that there were discussions, and he got caught and slapped down for it.
You are alleging that the Bahamas government is
Excuse me, Senator.
Was in
Senator,
discussions.
we are not having a debate. If there is a point of order, then let's acknowledge what the point of order is. You acknowledged your point of order. I accepted that.
and he persists.
Because you're in each case, the Korean fishing boats and the Chinese fishing boats, your government had to admit that there were discussions, but there was no agreement.
But that was not your first.
What is,
You shifted ground.
excuse me, Senator, what is your point of order?
Is that he's misleading the Senate.
How?
There was no
How?
arrangement to give foreign fishermen the right to fish in the Bahamas.
The very fact that you all were discussing it was outrageous and unacceptable.
Excuse me,
The very-
I have said,
Don't matter.
It does matter.
you know, I'm not gonna,
It does matter.
please, senators,
Agreement. That's the point.
I am sorry, Madam President, but no foreign group can be entertained by any self-respecting government to in any way compromise the absolute and inalienable right
Are you giving work?
for Bahamians to control their fisheries.
excuse me, Senator, you have not been recognized.
Did you? Did you?
Senator.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Now, senators, we've had somewhat of a good day today. I will not allow any of you to usurp my authority as the chair of this chamber. And when I ask for one to take a seat, I need you to do that.
I thank you, Madam President. Now, I will say this, that the records of the Department of Immigration will show that successive governments, including those where the member opposite was immigration minister for 2 terms, were grappling with this problem of these Dominican captains coming along with their marriage certificates, who were getting work permits from his department, whether with or without his knowledge. The record will show. The record will show No, they had entitlements based on their marriage status.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Fred Mitchell.
There is a distinction.
The point of order is,
Misleading the Senate again. There's a distinction to be made between someone who has the right to a spousal permit. That's a
Oh,
different
there you
issue.
go. There you go.
A spousal
There you
permit
go.
is a different issue. from
Yeah,
work permit.
and they go and get the GPS and take it to the...
excuse me, Senator.
Are married to a
Yeah,
Bahamian.
permit to work.
If you are married to a Bahamian,
Fishing.
if you are married to a Bahamian, you have a right to a spousal
Not
Senators, please direct your comments to the chair,
To fit.
and I would ask that one of you sit.
Madam.
Can I ask you to sit?
Sure, ma'am.
You have a right to a spousal permit.
Don't be hypocritical in here,
Right to
though.
a
Since you
spousal
were granting...
Senator, please.
Granted no work permits
You, for,
to
for,
people for
spousal permitted
spousal
Dominicans.
permits. That's
Senator.
a different issue. That's a
Well,
different issue.
For them to work.
Bahamian women are entitled to have a spousal permit for their spouses.
And therefore, it is disingenuous for the member opposite to have stood in this place and talk about foreigners getting permits to fish on boats when, under the guise
I said no
of
such
spousal
thing.
permits,
I said
he was
no such
permitting
thing.
foreigners
No,
to
sir.
fish.
That is it. That is
Madam
it.
President,
Now,
I am
both of you,
persistent.
please sit.
persistent.
I have said...
Now, I will use the rules in this Senate to suspend this Senate.
No, I'll give you a move.
Okay.
I'll move on.
I will use the rules.
Madam President, I will move on. I think that the member opposite has made his point, and I have made mine. I can now move on. I'd now like to address a point raised by my pupil, my former pupil, the illustrious Senator Henfield, which also ties in with a provision in the bill that seems to be tripping up members opposite. It is that provision in the bill speaking about in a local company, attending meetings regarding a local company, which of course is, oh my God, they come in here and to do work that Bahamians should be doing. I want to remind members of the bill that the law be passed in December. There is no such thing anymore as an exclusively local company. All of those IBCs, all of those exempted limited partnerships are now fully Bahamian local companies. We passed an act called the Removal of Preferential Exemptions Act, which essentially placed the IBC, the exempted limited partnership, on the same level for tax purposes and for all other purposes. With, in respect to the IBC, with a Bahamian company, with respect to the exempted limited partnership, with a domestic partnership. You know, my exemption, the exemption was from tax. That's gone. Now, how we structure our tax code to try and preserve, let's say, the viability of what was formerly offshore entities will be interesting. It's being done. It will be done. But for all legal purposes, there is no difference between the two companies. The only difference is, for legal purposes, that some companies are not within the Bahamian payment system. In other words, they do not, the IBCs, maintain Bahamian dollar accounts or pay for staff and employees in the Bahamas with Bahamian dollars. The change, though, among the changes that I pointed to, is that these companies now have to have economic substance. And they will have to have more and more of their board members, and every IBC has, well, every company has a board of directors. The IBCs have a registered agent and a sole director. It can have one director. Well, that one director will still need to travel to the Bahamas to provide some substance, direction, control, etc. He'd meet with the registered agent. He may wish to bring his lawyer or his tax advisor who would give him advice, as I indicated, about his own domestic laws and taxes. Yes, I appreciate what Senator Henfield said, that, oh, well, if we want an opinion, we could go and we can get a... But if he's paying for that already, what does he need you to do it for? The point is, you're providing other services. He would have been talking to his tax lawyer or his tax accountant in his own country without any reference to you for as long as he's had that IBC in your office when substance was not required. So he now may have to set up an office, an actual physical office. He'll employ perhaps a secretary just to answer the phone and to see anybody. He will pay rent for an office area. These are additional expenses. So the question of if he comes in and he brings his accountant with him, is that really something that is attacking Bahamianization? He's paying that accountant in his own country anyway. He's simply coming for a meeting. He's providing substantial activity, direction, and control in the Bahamas, as is required by another law. If that IBC is to continue, and that is the point, there's no difference. So when you see the word local company, it's not meaning that they're coming to provide services to a Bahamian company that did not otherwise. There's no attack on Bahamianization. These are entities that have been out there in the ether. The most that they contribute to the Bahamas, IBCs, would be the legal or the registered agents' legal fees or corporate service providers' fees for any given year. Nothing else. So, in other words, this is a net zero effect. The coming here for a meeting to provide the substance is a net zero effect on the economy because the technical advice was never here. And we're only trying to facilitate these entities to remain in the Bahamas. So in that sense, it's a net positive because it prevents a net negative. Because if they can't meet the substance, they either have to leave the Bahamas or they're struck off. And if they're struck off, a lot of Bahamian jobs are going to be in peril. And we are fighting against that. So you may say ingenious. It isn't ingenious. What is ingenious is how we're going to try and save this sector through this and through tax reform measures that will be coming in this budget, so that it's clear that we are going to have to be ingenious to save our financial sector. There is no issue of the WTO. This bill has nothing to do with WTO. And the last thing I want to say, the last thing that I would wish to say, Madam President, is that I noted the convoluted arguments of the leader opposite, who started off by saying you didn't need to change the law, and ended up by saying that you do need to change it. And so now he's agreed that we do need to change it. We have a law to change it.
What are you talking about?
I mean, your argument. You went all the place, but you can use the regulations. Yes, and we told you that the Trusted Traveler Program was precisely such a regulation. But we determined that it is better to do it this way. No. He announced the policy. It was not gazetted, but he announced the policy. Okay. Well, we did it as a policy of the department, but it was not a regulation.
Could you direct your comments to the chair?
Yes. Anyway, the last point that I want to make is the main reason why it is necessary, in our view, to enact a law is precisely because of legal certainty. And the last thing I want to say about this is I really wish, particularly the critics, would actually read the wording. You gloss over it all the time, and I think deliberately. I think the Bahamian people have to understand what the law will certainly provide, certainty. But this is what it actually provides. You glossed over it. Yes, but glossed over this. that no person is required to obtain a work visa or short-term visa if the person enters for the purpose of engaging in an activity in subsection 2 for a period not exceeding 14 days. It is not when you come in and you say, I have a meeting, give me a 14-day permit. That is not what the law says. That you enter for a period which cannot exceed 14 days. What is a period? A period could be 1 day if it's a 1-day meeting. A period could be 2 days if it's a 2-day meeting. It could be 3 days if it's a 3-day meeting. They have a Masonic, International Masonic Masons Conference on Paradise Island now. It's a full week. A full week. Whatever you want to say it is. It is a meeting. It is a conference. And it's going to last a whole week. So if you say that's just debauchery or whatever you say, right? That's just having fun. That's just the fellas having fun. Let's say it's that way. It's just the fellas having fun. I understand that. It may well just be the fellas having fun. But you may have a business meeting that lasts for 14 days. I mean, for 7 days or for 5 working days. Well, you need 5 days. That's the period. But you don't need more than that. You don't need 14. So the point is, this amendment will not create a right for someone to simply walk in the Bahamas, say, I'm having a meeting, give me 14 days leave to be in the Bahamas. That is not what the law says. This law states that is a period not exceeding 14 days. So it could be 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, etc. Okay? And the last thing is that you must be attending a business meeting. You're not just there to say, I'm coming to any meeting. I'm not coming to a working meeting. I'm coming to a business meeting. On that last note, Madam President, I now move that the question now be put. And I believe the opposition want to ask something.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act to make provisions for the BH-1B work visa and the BH-4S permit, to provide work visa exemptions and for connected purposes, or matters it should read. As many as are in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed. Is it 13 or is it 1B?
BH-1B. BH-1B. BH-1B.
Further second readings and committal of bills. Further second reading and committal of bills.
No others, Madam President. I now beg leave to move that the Senate do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole with Senator the Honorable Wanian Dorset in the chair. If I may obtain a seconder.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senate resolve itself in the committee of the whole with Senator Johnny Ann Dorset in the chair. As many as are in favor would say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Senate will now resolve itself into the committee of the whole with Senator Johnny Ann Dorset as chairman.
Okay. So you're going to wait until you get to clause 3.
Committee of the Whole, Mr. Leader.
Thank you. I move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act to make provision for the BH-1B work visa and the BH-4S permit, provide for work visa exemptions. Okay, I beg leave to move for that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act to make provision for the BH-1B work visa and the BH-4S permit, to provide for work visa exemptions and for connected matters be agreed. If I may obtain a seconder.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the long title is agreed.
I beg leave to move that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that sections 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
Stand a second.
It's been moved and seconded that sections 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
I have a question. No.
On 3.
On 3. Just
Okay.
a question, I saw. Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the observations I made, looking over both the regime of this present bill and the principal bill,
Yes.
is that you're introducing a new term, work visa.
Yes.
But throughout the principal act, they talk about permits, not visas. So when we were going over it, we wondered whether this actually gives the Director of Immigration the authority to grant anything, or what does he grant? Because it talks about a BH-4S permit. That's the only reference to permit. But work visa, although defined, when you look at the principal act, it appears to give the director the power to grant permits, not visas. So we wondered, does this really carry out what you want it to do? So that's the question. That's why I was asking about the drafting.
Yeah, no, I accept your point. It's simply that the Immigration Department is intent on converting the old work permit concept into a work visa concept. And this is a first iteration of that. And this is, the act itself authorizes the grant of it based upon the obtaining of the commercial enterprise certificate. But in due course, particularly when we, that is right. Precisely. Yes.
It may be fine.
I just want to make another point.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thanks. As you'll be aware by now, the government has in fact worked very hard, and the Law Reform Commission has worked very hard on a draft modernization amendment bill. And so, in due course, all of these changes will be caught up in a new law that will be one consistent piece of legislation. This is a transforming piece right now.
So, because, I mean, that's fine as so far as it's attached to the commercial enterprises, but you said this actually authorizes it. But then you go on to make this more general description where it says work visa. So it's not only tied to the commercial enterprises bill, but you're creating, it appears, a more general work visa.
That is what is the intention is over time to create that as a separate thing.
So does the director have the power to grant those?
It certainly does under section 330B. An application for a BH-1B work visa shall be made in the prescribed form, which I believe is prescribed in this bill. And if not, I think there's going to be a form that will be prescribed, by regulations to the Director of Immigration, along with a fee. Okay, and so the power to grant the work visa is in 30B.
Can we move on?
Yeah, I just wanted to draw that to your attention.
No, we accept it, but this is transitional, as I said.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Clause 2 and 3 of the bill are agreed. Mr. Leader.
Oh, yes, I'm begging to move clause 4 of the bill be agreed. I think this is the point where an amendment will be proposed by members, which question to either approve or reject the amendment would be put first.
I so move.
Okay, it's been, you seconding.
Second, sorry.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 4 of the bill be agreed. As many,
Yeah, Mr.
Senator Mitchell?
Yes, Madam Chair, I want to offer an amendment to this, to clause 4, and the amendment to be made is in paragraph D of subclause 2 of the new subclause 32.8, delete subparagraphs 7 through 16. If I can have a second. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that clause 4 of the bill be amended to remove, what? To remove clause 7 through 16 of 4D, 4.2D.
No, you this section 4 be amended. Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that clause 4 be amended to include, to remove, no, just 4D be amended to remove section number 7 through 16 of that clause. As many as are in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it. The amendment has been rejected, has failed. Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
No, I was going to have to add some more.
You've done.
Further, yeah. Madam
Clause 4?
Chair, once the amendment is rejected, now you got to go put move the clause 4.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 4 be agreed. All those that are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is agreed.
I now beg leave, Madam Chairman, to move that clause 5 be agreed.
So
Madam Chair, I second.
it's been moved and seconded that clause 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that the schedule to the bill be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the schedule to the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The schedule to the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I beg leave to move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Madam Chairman, I second.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I now beg leave to move that the Speaker President, Madam President, do now resume her chair.
It's been moved and seconded that the President will now resume her chair. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The President will now resume the chair. wish to report that the committee has gone through the bill and has agreed the bill without having made any amendments. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, the chairman of the Committee of the Whole has advised that the Senate has gone through the bills and having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing.
Madam President, I beg leave to move for the third reading and passing of bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act to make provision for the BH-1B work visa and the BH-4S permit, to provide for work visa exemptions and for connected matters. If I may obtain a second.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act to make provision for the BH-1B work visa and the BH-4S permit, to provide for work visa exemptions and for connected purposes. As many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed. Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Immigration Amendment Act 2019.
Thank you, Madam President. I now,
You,
we have no more second readings. Yeah. Too late. You should have asked for it before.
Senators, could you please sit, and we will continue with the order of business.
It's already
Consideration of
passed.
House amendments.
Bill passed.
Resolutions.
Madam President,
That comes under
that's
notice.
okay. Oh, I don't table a resolution under resolutions. Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Discharge of select committees.
Perfect.
Notices for future meetings.
Monday. Next Monday.
Notices for future meetings.
Madam President, first of all, let me beg leave to table the following resolution. I will just read, Madam President, the first paragraph, or the first sentence. First, and the last paragraphs. Huh? Yes, first and last recitals. Okay, this is a resolution. Whereas the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the government entered into a heads of agreement dated 25th of February 2002, the 2002 HOA, with Exuma Resort Developers Limited, the purchaser, a company incorporated under and existing in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for the purpose of a touristic development in Norman's Key, one of the keys in the Exuma range of keys, one of the islands of the said Commonwealth. Now, 1 second, I'm looking for it. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 273 of the Companies Act, Chapter 308, and Section 5, Subsection 3A of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, and in consideration of the purchase price specified in the agreement as amended, which said consideration shall be reflected in any other document necessary to consummate the transactions contemplated hereby and entered into between the treasurer and the purchaser and or NC McDuff Limited, this House approves the 1, grant of a right-of-way over the hereditaments listed in the first schedule hereto. 2, the sale by the treasurer to the purchaser of the fee simple of the hereditaments listed in second and third schedules hereto. And 3, sale by the treasurer to NC McDuff Limited of the fee simple of the hereditaments listed in the fourth schedule hereto. If I may obtain a second, I believe. Yes.
You don't need a second.
Okay. That's the notice. All right. And as for other matters and items that are on the agenda in the name of the government, I beg leave to have the same renewed.
Sign in the paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Fred Mitchell.
Yeah, I'd like to renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Orders for the clerk. I order the clerk to take the bill passed today to the Speaker and acquaint him that the Senate has consented to the same without amendments. Before I call for the adjournment, I want to say to senators, I want you to pay very special attention to page 57 of our rule book, which speaks about the order in the Senate and in committee. And I want to draw your attention to 71.2. The President in the Senate or the Chairman in the committee, after having called the attention of the Senate or committee to the conduct of a senator who persists in irrelevance, which I don't particularly care for that word, but that I'm reading what's in the rules, or in tedious repetition either of his own arguments or of the arguments used by other senators in debate, may direct the senator to discontinue his speech and resume his seat. Number 3, the President in the Senate shall order any senator to withdraw immediately from the Senate for the remainder of days sitting who, A, B, C, D, but I want to draw attention to E, persistently and willfully disregards the authority of the chair. If a senator refuses to withdraw when ordered to do so by the President shall call the attention of the Senate to the fact that recourse to force is necessary, and the President shall forthwith put the question without amendment, without debate or adjournment, and on motion being made and carried, order that senator to be forcibly removed from the precincts of the Senate by the attendant sergeant. That is page 57 and 58, order in the Senate and in committee. Read it before you come back. Adjournment.
Thank you, ma'am. We certainly appreciate the chastisement of the chair, and are grateful to you for the firmness with which you sought to restore the dignity of this chamber. And so if I offended anybody on the other side by the force of our arguments, okay. And we likewise take no offense, madam, and if I cause you any discomfort, we apologize for that too. I now move that the Senate on its rising be adjourned to Monday, the 20th day of May at 10 a.m. in the morning.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senate be adjourned to Monday, the 20th at 10 a.m. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The Senate is adjourned to Monday, May 20th at 10 a.m.
Madam President, I beg leave to move that the Senate be now adjourned.